They haven't seen us. Keep your guard up.
I noticed something while examining this sarcophagus. It's a very convenient location to dispose of nuisances.
You lured me here. Was this your plan all along?
You truly have the wits of a scrapper.
Jedi, near. Move up. Don't let him escape. Tracking target. I got this. After the Jedi. Take this. Oh, look! He's scared! We'll defeat you! Watch yourself! Fuck it! We don't even have to try here! I'll get you! That's enough! Just wing me. Don't let him escape. Get to the Jedi!
Padawan, where is the Force?
Everywhere it is within me, it surrounds me.
Just so. It connects you. There will be times when emotion, pain, or exhaustion trick you. You will feel cut off, isolated. This is an illusion. Your lightsaber lies there, out of reach, but you remain connected through the Force. Feel that energy around you, and summon your weapon.
Force is within you, around you, connecting you to your weapon.
You must ignore all distraction.
Force is with me. It connects us. Yeah, I think so. Not part of your plan?
Luckily, I always allow for contingencies.
I see you. Can't reach the target. Destroy him! Don't give him an opening. Get in there! Did I lose him?
Steady yourself.
Did we scare you? Jedi, get him! Watch him! Let's take him on.
Move in.
Cover yourselves! I can't do this by myself. I'm after him! He's mine. Get on him! He's hurting. Come on, hit him! Who else wants a turn? This one lacks skill. Don't stop moving! Keep your guard up! Just fight him! Watch this one. You me now. Push harder! Lead for me!
BD, got something to help me?
Hit him already! Just me? You're going down.
Don't fall behind.
Strike him quickly. Hit him. I can catch you.
Hey, BD. Let's head out. I need help. Much better, BD. Hey, BD. Hey, BD, let's go. This was lit as a sign of respect and reverence for the sage buried here. DiD? Remains of a Zepho soldier. They were killed for stealing an offering to the sage. Very nice.
Jedi. Don't waste my time. Luck favors you.
Come on, BD. Hi, BD.
Here it is. I have finally found an intact representation of this sacred Zepho artifact. My friend, look closely. This is Mixtral at the Vault Ambagano. You can see an object in their hand. Based on this imagery, I believe this object allows a force wielder to perceive the mysteries of the vault. This is the key and the guide, the Zepho Astrium. But who would destroy images of it and why? It requires more research. However, our next step is clear. Find an Astrium, if any still exist.
An Astrium. You ever heard of it? Me neither. But a key. Yeah, I understand that. Looks like we know what we have to find.
For an easy bronze. Congratulations to now two-time medalists in the aquathlon, the Savage Speeders. That is their second bronze of these games and the fourth medal overall. But now we get ready for the final. O'Rangers and Shining Swarm. Down they come, O'Rangers, marginally quicker out of the gate. They try to squeeze the Shining Swarm over as they enter the water, 2-1. Now they spread out wide, those O'Rangers trying to get back into that tuck formation. The three of them coming across the line, and I think they've done it. We'll wait for official timing and scoring. And yes, they do! By half a second, my goodness! They were beaten back in 2020 in the first round by the Oceanics. And now they have gone all the way to the top. 25 points and a gold medal for the O'Rangers. Their second medal of these games, both of them gold. Shining Swarm, they get the silver. That's their first silver of the Marble League. 2 golds and 1 bronze to go along with that, but a nice points haul compared to Galactic and the Savage Speeders. Galactic haven't been performing terribly well of late. Last couple of events, and that's why they dropped out of that top spot, and they may fall even farther. O'Rangers, though, they're all dried off. They're standing on that top step of the podium, proud of their gold. As we take a look at the standings now, 2 more teams have been eliminated at the bottom. Primary and the Chocolatiers. Team Galactic have dropped to 3rd as the Savage Speeders get by, now 9 points behind the Pinkies. Shining Swarm in 4th, and look at that jump up into 5th by the O'Rangers. As we get ready for the final couple of events in this Marble League. Can you believe it? Already. Well, once everybody dries off, we hope to see you in the next one for the Sand Rally.
My cat is on my lap right now. He wants my chair, but I'm having to use it. I don't know what to do.
Very good, Padawan. You've cleared the way.
What are you talking about?
I needed this tomb raised, And now that I have what I need, you're of no use to me.
Can you reverse what she's done? Thanks. Thanks. Hope this new encryption keeps her out for good. A probe droid processing unit. What's it like hacking other droids anyway? Yeah, I'd feel weird about hacking people too. For a good cause though, right?
There you go, Oliver. Settled in.
Check in with the Mantis. Trilla probably knows where they are. You sure the comm's fixed? They're not answering. Something's wrong. We need to get back. Nobody around. Think it's some kind of trap? Seems like we've been walking into a lot of them lately. Wait, do you hear that?
Friack hit me the other day. Now my ankle is making this weird clicking noise. Stop it. It's getting on my nerves. Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Head down! Take your shot! Converge on the target.
Let's head out.
Look out! Move up! I've got a shot. Right. Don't let him get away!
What? Little buddy? Where are you? BD? Gotta find a way out of here. Wherever here is. Is that a power cable? Something back there. That did it. Air's cold, stale. Might be deep underground. That did something. Door opened up. Let's see if I can find a way out of here. Feels like I'm being watched. That's not good.
BD? BD1! Is that you? I found you. Are you okay? Let's get you out of there. Hey! Oh, I'm happy to see you too.
Let's get that restraining bolt off of you. Jerks. Poor droids. Let's get out of here before the same happens to us.
BD, we gotta get through this way.
This thing needs your overcharge. Hear that? Sounds like someone is home after all. Hey, I recognize this band.
Finally have all the parts. Back in
Finally, he arrives! We had action on how long it would take you to get here.
And who are you?
Who am I? I'm Sword Cormo, baby. I'm the boss of this operation. You have greasy forearms to thank for bringing us together.
I will, as soon as we get out of here.
We have a special challenger for you tonight. An enforcer from a bygone era. A Jedi! Let's see what he's got. Oh, somebody get baby his toy.
Show? I'll give you a show.
I smell blood and money! Tonight, we celebrate those fallen challengers of the past and the great sacrifice they made to make us all rich! You get the hang of it quick.
Maybe you should come down and face me yourself.
I'm too busy counting my credits.
Great. Talks too much.
Look out! Oh! Can't stop them all. Let's get him something with some bite. Get him some real action. This is not your day. He's near death. Do you know how much those cost? Okay, he likes to play rough. The best is yet to come. I believe you know our next challengers. The Haxian Brood is gunning for you.
taking my shirt off right now.
That hurt.
Here I go! How do you like this?
Don't give up.
Too much for you.
Glorious DiD. Good job. agrees. You're famous down there.
Yeah, they're an ugly group, huh? They smell like used droid oil. At least they're okay.
Yeah, a complication we could have avoided. Luckily, we found you.
We have another complication. The Empire knows about the holocron.
That's not good. The entire mission is now at risk.
And I had a nice chat with the second sister, Trilla.
What did she tell you?
She told me you betrayed her to the Empire. Is it true?
She'll say anything to jeopardize this mission.
Is it true?
She was my apprentice. Before the Purge.
You should have told me.
We're getting an encrypted message from Kashyyyk.
Mari.
Cal, we found Tarful, and he is willing to meet you. But that's not all. The Empire overran our position at the refinery. Saw retreated off-world. Some of us have joined the Wookiee fighters in the forests. Be careful.
You too.
Later.
Later. You have our lead.
Okay, this is fine. Everything is gonna be fine. Hey, kid. Hey, wake up. Can we talk?
What?
Can we talk? I don't know what's going on between you and her. I mean, I figure it's some kind of Jedi thing, but I don't think this is the right time for
It's
it.
not any of your business.
I think it's my business. And we're all in this together, aren't we? Hey, Cal. I made a mistake. And I almost got you killed. I'm sorry. I mean, we all make mistakes, right? Well, maybe not you. Hey, why don't you cut her some slack? I'm not saying do it for me, but you two are the best thing that ever happened in my life. Before you came along, all I cared about was a tight hand on a stiff heater. That's a game term.
I know what it is.
Cal, life's not a game. Before you two, all I cared about was myself. Easy money. Now it's different.
Cordova had supplies hidden all over Bogano. Could be worth a trip back to explore.
You know, even after all the action you two bring, I still get a thrill watching the games.
As long as you keep your habits in check.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. I'm just suspecting. No gambling or...
Normally, I wouldn't waste my time with the likes of insurgents.
Joystick and Mari drew a map to your rendezvous point with Tarful.
Let's head out. Hey, BD, let's go.
Acknowledged. My time to shine. Enemy spotted. We're alone now, Chip.
Having a good time, BD?
Adversary inbound.
Attacking the enemy.
Systems failing. Contact firmly established.
Keep your distance and fire. Steady. Concentrate fire. Shouldn't. Goes there. No!
He got what was coming to him.
BD, got something to help me?
You want some horse? Move it! Hit him!
You'll have to try harder. Let's even the odds. That's nothing.
Cal, do you read me? Seer gave me your comm frequency.
Mari, are you okay?
I'm safe, unlike too many of the others. Did Mariana give you our rendezvous coordinates?
She did. I'm on my way.
Good. We're just reaching them now, but we can't stay long. The Empire's looking for us.
I'll be there as soon as I can. Stay close, BD. Those things look fast.
Operations expanding into Sector 7. They call it the Shadowlands. It's crawling with hostiles.
Okay. Yeah, you guys sing with me. Alright.
I'm glad I found you, BD.
There's an intruder above.
Okay. We should chase him. Should I hit? Shooting at the target.
Target is blocking my attacks.
Smash him. Move up. Now. Keep your heads down. Don't shoot him. Oh no. Get out from back there! I'm done with this! I'm watching you. Got me. I'm injured! I'm going to bleed you dry.
Mari, are you there? I'm almost to the Shadowlands, at the wreck of a walker.
Saw managed to take one out in the escape.
Is he with you?
No, not anymore. We can talk about it when you get here.
Arm up on me. I need to reload.
Don't fall behind.
the Shadowlands!
Something smells. What is that? Hey, this whole forest is alive.
Quickly! I see you, Jedi!
Use the stem. I owe you one. Ever seen a place like this before? Me neither.
Oh, there you are. Just had my old backpack. Adorable. Adorable, let's say. Yeah, man. That's why I didn't start reading. Everything is the after very useful. And then it's not. And then it's not really more like all that. And you I like all that.
Let's move, BD. That's where we're supposed to meet Tarful.
Glad you made it. This is Chieftain Tarful.
I'm on a mission from Master Eno Cordova. He was looking for a Zepho artifact. Finding it could help save the Jedi.
Cordova found wisdom at the top of the origin tree. You should seek answers there.
It's massive. I don't even know where to start.
Well, you might be able to find a way up through its root system, but most of it's underwater. You'll need this breather.
Thank you. What will you all do now?
The only thing we can. Keep fighting.
Good luck. Hope we meet again. Wookiee took shelter here.
Stop him! This Doc, I've got this. Gotta reload.
Not even Tarful can keep them out forever. They won't stop until... Those things give me the creeps. Whoa, strong words coming from you.
Located a hostile. You want to handle this? There he goes! I can't get over there. Get the Jedi! Shoot that Jedi! Find him! Nice hit! Take the shot! I've heard you. So he got him. Get the coward! Just stay back.
Throw me a stim, BD. Thanks, BD. Do you think the Empire would have come after Kashyyyk so hard if we hadn't intervened? The Jedi are supposed to be symbols of hope, but I led the Inquisition here. Mari and Tarful put their trust in me. Did I just endanger them again?
Raspberry.
We clawed, we chained our hearts in vain. We jumped, never asking why. We kissed, I fell under your spell of love. No one could deny. Don't you ever say I just walked away. I will always want you. I can't live a life running for my life. I will always want you. I came in like a wrecking.
Inform the Inquisitor. Take aim! Does it hurt? Waste of our time! Quick, take him down!
Help, BD!
Pain! More!
Oh wait, what else?
What's this? A Brocca scrap rat playing Jedi. I told the Grand Inquisitor you wouldn't be stupid enough to show your face here again, especially after we wiped out that feeble resistance. Love it when I'm wrong. Hang on!
What is that thing? The Ninth Sister's searching for us.
Yeah, take a look.
Shh. We don't know if it's friendly. That's the thing that took down the Knight's sister. Whoa.
Get up. Try again.
Just keep failing, Master.
Do you? Good. Keep failing. Keep getting back up. That is the only way to succeed. Do not allow yourself to be weighed down by ego and pretense. Let go of what you fear to lose and rise up. Now, again. Good. Now reach my position. You can do it.
Just gotta keep getting back up, DiD. As long as we get back up, we're still in this fight. I'm finally back to where I was before.
This was her last lightsaber ability. Check it out. Increases the whole lightsaber.
Before Master T'Pol died. It's hurt. Think we can help it?
Careful, my friend. I understand now. This tree connects the core of the planet to the sky.
From the Clone Wars. The war never ended here. Everything we did any of it matter?
I get 10 minutes of Marvel Olympics and I get 10 minutes. How about that?
Raspberry Racers and Savage Speeders. Talk about an old rivalry here. Oh, and look at this big gaping hole on the bottom side. The Speeders are teetering. And they hold on. But what do the other numbers do? Ah, it is a draw. Speeders instantly lost 2 to the near side. There's another one up on the top right. Speeders trying to stay in it. Pinkies and the Cats are leaders in the Marble League compared to a team that is in 10th and eliminated. And the Crazy Cat's Eyes have held on this one, 2-1. They upset the leaders. The Cats trying to find some semblance of any reason to celebrate. With the way that this has gone, yes, they did get a couple of medals. It's not enough to save them. What do they do on this one against the Raspberry Racers? And the Racers, they've kept everybody. That's a 5-marble keep. 5-2. And they easily triumph, and there were some close calls on that one. With a mighty robust, if you ask me. Pinkies and the Speeders. Pinkies need a good result here. They've lost a couple. They still have at least 3 of them on, but there's one on the far end there trying to hold on, and I believe they have. Yes, they have. 3-2. Pinkies, oh, we're hearing they will qualify. Wow. Coach Pinky promised, the technical director, Pinky Spud, they are quite pleased with how they set that up. I know we haven't done a ton of slow-mo views on the actual formations. You'll see the diamond, you'll see the spear. Sometimes there's versions they call the hammer. There's all kinds of different ways to approach this event, and whatever they did to get out of what some in the run-up to this have called the group of death. That is commendable. As we enter into the next group here, who are not too shabby on their own. Mellow Yellow and the Chocolatiers, they draw. 2 teams that are out in the standings. They cannot win. How about the Shining Swarm? They have been the talk of a lot of people's Marble League. And right now, they're trying not to lose that one over there. Woohoo! Very close. Did they do enough? Unless any marbles are hidden underneath that starting gate, they've spread back out. Ah, they do get that win, 2-1. The Shining Swarm have surprised everybody. I mean, of course, so have the Pinkies. But the resurgence of late, they jumped 2 spots after the last event to move into 2nd place, 8 points behind the Pinkies. So if they advance out of this group, that'll be a storyline moving forward. Mellow Yellow will try their hand against the Swarm now, and the Swarm have lost 2 on the near side, and I think 1 up top, but watch these big ball bearings. What's going to happen to the electrons shooting across? The smaller ones do no more damage, and it is a 2-0 win for the Shining Swarm. I tell you, the fans have been swarming in here to get a piece of the action, because this is the peak. I mean, this is chasing immortality. As we get ready for this next matchup here, Balls of Chaos. Oh, in fact, both teams did not keep a single marble on. All right, well, never mind. That does go as a draw. It could be worse. It could be a loss. Balls of Chaos and Mellow Yellow now. Down they come. Balls of Chaos. They've got 4 on the near side. Oh, they lose 1 up top. But for the team that sits last in the standings, they've got to be feeling good about that. 3-1. Balls of Chaos. Upend Mellow Yellow. Chaos reigning in that match at least. But will they be able to move on? Chocolatiers and the Shining Swarm. Chocolatiers come with a 3-marble front, and that clears space for the back 2, and that will give them the victory. Saw that 3-marble line got a little out of sorts, Shining Swarm could not put it together on their side. And they drop another. The Chocolatiers do move on, as do the Shining Swarm. Balls of Chaos, they are eliminated, unfortunately for them. And Mellow Yellow also down in the bottom spot. So, Shining Swarm and the Chocolatiers, by the way, are in 14th. Good result for them. Gliding Glaciers now against Team Primary. Team Primary's got 2 spinning in the middle, 3 in total, and I believe that should give them the win. Wonderful redirection of energy, keeping those 2 marbles just spinning in place. That is nicely done for a team that is 12th in the standings. The O-Rangers, they're in 5th, compared to Team Galactic, who, I don't know, maybe they've finished there once or twice, I don't really remember. Ball bearings released, but I think we've got a draw. Galactic, by the way, sitting in 4th in the standings right now, contrary to what you may have been thinking. 3-all. Some of these other teams, fans watching in disbelief at some of the physicality that we have seen. Hard impacts, marbles actually lifting up in the air. That was a good formation from the O-Rangers, but I don't know if it's going to pay off. I think we've got a draw here. Yes, we do. They were tight at the beginning. The impact splayed them out wide. A couple of them managed to catch some of the barriers that do not move, and that is one strategy that you can have to avoid careening through one of those green walls. Primary and Galactic. Down they come. It's almost a curvature, a line by Galactic. Don't know what their thinking was on that one, but it's not going to hurt them all too much. Well, from that angle, it looks a bit more sensible as they go to a 2-2 draw. Team Galactic, 4 gold medals. And no other ones, no other color. So it's feast or famine for them. We're in the blocks once again. Loads of silver out on the course right now. Oh, I think one of those small ball bearing traps failed to fire. Question is, we'll need to see from the top angle which of these silver teams got it. It was Team Galactic, 3-0 over the Gliding Glaciers. They are the first team eliminated among those who cannot win the Marble League now. They did actually jump up 1 spot, but it wasn't enough. 5 points behind the Green Ducks, but that margin is too much statistically to get the Gliding Glaciers a chance to run at the championships. The O-Rangers come down now against Team Primary. The O-Rangers and Primary, I think, have 4 apiece. Yes, they do. 1 early loss to the bottom side, 1 late loss to the top side for the O-Rangers at the end. The referees haven't had too much to do up there on the starting gate. You're going with tried and true, you're going with what works, and I can tell you what works right now. Galactic and Team Primary, they get by. The O-Rangers in 5th place are eliminated. They will go no further. As we take a look at the bottom of the order, you're looking at the points differential there as we now move on to the quarterfinals. Green Ducks come through and lose a bunch of them early. But so too do the Chocolatiers. Watch this marble trailing to the bottom side. This could decide the match. Oh! The Green Ducks hold. Sometimes there are friction advantages to webbed feet, if they have them. Well, that was dicey. 2-2 to decide on the draw. And it will be the Green Ducks who advance. Watch this marble, going to brush against the wall. No, peels away from it. Nicely done. To the hosts. They end up splitting the Chocolatiers. That was an interesting one. Chocolatiers, I think, were hoping to maybe redirect the Ducks into each other, and instead they just zipped right on through. Pinkies and Team Primary. Down they come. Ball bearings released instantly. Collisions even late. Oh, watch over there on the far side. The Pinkies lose one, and that may have decided it. Boy, one of those Pinkies actually went up the ramp. Yes, it did. Oh, my goodness. They almost had the match. Watch to the right side here to go to overtime. Oh, and did they actually come together, or was it just a matter of not being able to hold on? But Team Primary, 12th place in the standings, knockoff number 1. Shining Swarm and the Minty Maniacs now. The Maniacs send 2 to the opposite side, in fact, collide into each other, and that favors the second place Shining Swarm, for whom the door has swung wide open to make an assault on the lead of the standings, even though this is only going to be a draw for them. So we'll re-rack and do the tiebreak. 3-3 in the tiebreak. Wonderful management by the Minty Maniacs. They were so close together, they sent 2 of their teammates backwards, one to the far side, again, hitting that immovable object. That's what you want to aim for in a situation like this. And the Minty Maniacs will move on. Team Galactic and the Raspberry Racers. Oh, good penetration there by Team Galactic. And will it pay off in points? I believe it has. 3-2. They will get the win. Galactic, ooh, a solid impact by one of those large ball bearings, but the wall may have given, but Galactic did not. So even with the same points difference, Shining Swarm is ahead of the Chocolatiers for having more points for. Notice also that we didn't add the overtime result into the counting to keep it fair for everybody. But there you see, 5th through 8th. 4 teams have moved on. The Green Ducks are one of them. Team Primary, the other. The Ducks send 3 backwards. 2 of them are spinning. But I think Team Primary have done enough here to force overtime. Yes, they have. 3-3. You're much more limited in formations when you get into this, but it becomes much more of a straight fight. How do they do? Solid impacts. The Green Ducks hold on to 2. 1 marble rolling to the near side. Oh, Green Ducks, they lose 1 to the top side. A groan from the crowd. Team Primary have knocked off the Ducks. Team Primary, 2 silvers. We're hoping for better. Minty Maniacs and Team Galactic. A lot of marbles still on the board. Let's see if this is going to be another draw or... No! Team Galactic get the win, 4-3. All of them are mostly that right side, 1 just left of center. And they advance to the final. We do have a 3rd place match to decide the bronze, however. But well done to some of these fans. Their teams may have been eliminated early on, but they want to see how this one ends. And also, they realize the end is nigh. It's coming up quick. The end of the Marble League. This is 3rd place. Green Ducks, Minty Maniacs. Collision here. And it looks like 3 Green Ducks are headed off to the far side, but they're staying on the table. And I think I only see 2 Minty Maniacs. The Green Ducks get the bronze. And for a team that is on the cusp of being eliminated statistically, they are going to get a nice points haul here. Will it keep them out of elimination? We'll have to see. This to decide the gold. Team Galactic, Team Primary. Different formations for each of them. And this is going to be a win for Team Primary. Team Galactic sent a different formation than what we have seen them do before. It's almost an L shape. And as a result, that adds in a couple of extra collisions. And Team Primary comes away with the win. Well done to Team Primary. They have their first gold medal, their 3rd medal overall in these games. They will move up the order. Of course, eliminated, they can't win the championship. But look at that, 2 finalists, both from Group D. A lot of eyes turning to the numbers now. They are being crunched at the moment to decide who will move up where, who falls out of the order, who falls out of contention. First pan down for some celebrations, however. Congratulations to Team Primary for their gold, Team Galactic for their color-conscious silver, and the Green Ducks for the bronze. Oh, but the Green Ducks are eliminated. Only 4 teams can now win the championship as we head into the final event. The Pinkies, the Shining Swarm, Team Galactic, and the Savage Speeders. And so, who will stand at the top of the Greenick Pond? Who will win the Marble League in 2022? Find out after the elimination race next time.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, to today's event.
15 events have been a veritable roller coaster for all of the competitors, hosted by the Green Ducks here in this 2022 Marble League. The bumps, the bruises, the toil, the strife, all of the difficulty has led to this. 4 teams still eligible to win the greatest prize in all of Marble Athletics. This, the final event of the Marble League, but also the 100th event in Marble League history. We will crown a champion today. Hey everybody, I'm Greg Woods. Boy, it is hard to believe that we have made it to the final event already. This, the elimination race, and you will see in classic honeycomb format how this works. The final marble across there for these teams helps to determine who will be eliminated. We'll re-rack them and do it all over again as we see the lineup for the elimination race. A few captains, a few reserves, some tried and true members who these teams have felt earned their chance to chase a Marble League championship. For those 4 teams, permutations here. We've got your permutations. There's a bunch of them. The Pinkies and the Shining Swarm. It doesn't get much simpler than this. If you win this event, you are Marble League champions. But those are the only 2 who can do it as such. Look on the flip side. For the Savage Speeders, if they finish anywhere other than first, they cannot win the championship. And even if they do finish first, they need a lot of help to get them to that top spot. Team Galactic, it's a bit more mixed for them. If they finish in the top half, that increases their chances, but they really need some help. They need to finish first or second to have a fighting opportunity to get the win. As we see, the Pinkies have finished first here, so they guarantee that they are moving on. This is very close to the end there. Crazy Cat's Eyes came across last, but I think we've got a marble. Yeah, Balls of Chaos. They're stuck up there. Oh, wow. Balls of Chaos. Ugh. They have broken the lowest point record in the Marble League set by the Oceanics. This comes at least after the restructuring of the Marble League. But Balls of Chaos, that dubious distinction, the lowest point total of anyone in the current format of the Marble League. Ouch. Chaos did not reign. Chaos fell flat. All right, second attempt. Here we go. Bumblebees and the Green Ducks are back there. Mellow Yellow, Savage Speeders, they fall to last. They're going to need to improve greatly if they hope to advance. Will they? Oh, they have. Wow, Minty Maniacs come through in 15th. They are eliminated. They are stuck up there, higher up the course. Wow, 2 for 2 on getting a marble caught. But for a while there, the Savage Speeders were in dangerous territory. Mellow Yellow also back there. Didn't end up mattering because we did have a marble caught higher up the course. This sort of format lends itself fairly well to seeing who finishes where and matching those with those permutations. Ooh, Crazy Cat's Eyes. Bumblebees are also far back. They have to play some catch-up. Looks like Team Galactic and the Shining Swarm are also down there briefly. Oh, a nice burst of speed. But the Bumblebees will be eliminated. They are caught right there at the end. Oh, wow. There were going to be some last gasp efforts to avoid elimination, especially with those large ball bearings being released. Look at that dive bomb move. Oh, wow. All right, so the Pinkies will get at least 2 points, and that means that the Savage Speeders cannot win the Marble League. They cannot win on the tiebreak of medals. They were going to need the Pinkies to finish 15th or worse, and that has not happened. The Savage Speeders are eliminated from winning the Marble League. Coming across now, the O'Rangers. Savage Speeders, Crazy Cat's Eyes, Team Primary, and Chocolatiers will come across as the final runner in 13th, and they will be eliminated. This is so tough because of the duration of this event, too. You cannot expend your energy early on because you have to have it late, or else you won't be able to go all the way until the end at the caliber that these marbles compete. Down we come once more. Green Ducks are leading the way. Midnight Wisps are also up there. The O'Rangers are trailing behind. They're trying to catch up to the likes of the Savage Speeders and a few others who are well back there. The hosts are safe this time. Getting down to the end, the O'Rangers cannot improve. They are eliminated. Of course, the O'Rangers were not in the mix anyway, even though they usually are. So you'd be forgiven thinking that they had a shot at the championship. But they will go no further. Down we come once more, and it's Raspberry Racers who are well back behind. That's Ruzzy, the reserve for them, although now that swings back the other way. Is that Team Galactic that was back there? Oh, that would be a change. Here we come, they're all funneling down. Oh, Galactic are trying to get up there. I think they have, yes. And it's Midnight Wisps who are eliminated, but ooh, just for Team Galactic. Yikes. Of course, Team Galactic, if they finish 7th or lower, they are eliminated. But even if they finish above that, in that, I'd say 4th through 6th position, their chances are fairly low. They're going to need some help. And also, you're seeing, for instance, the Pinkies, as they keep surviving. The farther up they finish, the more that eliminates some of these other teams, too. We'll guide you through in just a moment, because this group at the back is very tight. Pinkies do survive this time. Oh, we got a stuck marble, and that is Yellup from the Mellow Yellow. Mellow Yellow is out. Wow. Just nosed square into that honeycomb. No movement at all. All right, we are getting into round 8. Off we go. Crazy Cat's Eyes are the team now in the elimination spot. Decent amount of daylight. Oh, Team Primary, they are stuck on the wall there, briefly. And through here, the dash to the line. Shining Swarm are eliminated. Wow! The Shining Swarm cannot win the championship now. The team that is currently in 2nd place. They had to finish above 12th and get some help. And it's not happening. So the Savage Speeders and Shining Swarm are out now, and it's only Team Galactic and the Pinkies. But the farther up the order the Pinkies keep finishing, well, Team Galactic, they have to keep finishing even higher. For instance, Pinkies can finish as high as 3rd, but Team Galactic have to finish in 2nd place. Down we come. Raspberry Racers are trailing off the back of the field. That's Crazy Cat's Eyes once again, but now they're all getting closer as those traps are falling down. That throws the field out even more. Galactic have done enough. They finish just ahead of the Pinkies. Green Ducks are safe, and it's Crazy Cat's Eyes to whom we bid adieu in 7th place. Team Galactic, I think, are feeling the urgency. They understand the severity of this situation. They have to keep going. Once more, onto the breach, it is round 10. And Team Galactic are very slow, getting hung up on the wall. Could this be it for them? They have to... Oh, Speedy got stuck. Never mind. A reprieve this time. Savage Speeders are eliminated. Of course, they were going to be eliminated anyway because the Pinkies are finishing better than 15th. Green Ducks, they're still in it. Could they deliver one last medal to those fans who have seen them through thick and thin over the course of this Marble League. Well, wouldn't that be great? Round 11. Half a dozen marbles remain. Oh, and do we have somebody stuck? Primary is stuck, but they are bumped free. Wow. The Pinkies, they get a bump back forward, but will they be able to stay in the elimination race? Yes, they will. Nice recovery. Gliding Glaciers are eliminated. Green Ducks just scraped by. Wow, there were some tense moments there. Team Primary got stuck. The Pinkies got stuck. They bumped into each other twice. Look at that contact right there between Green Ducks and the Gliding Glaciers. And the Gliding Glaciers will glide right out of this competition. All right, 5 to go, and down we come. Pinkies are out in the lead. Raspberry Racers, now they pick up some speed and try to get by them. Team Galactic is also fighting up there. They have to finish higher up in this order. Top two are well out in front. Is somebody stuck? Pinkies have crossed. Oh, Team Galactic! They're stuck! Team Galactic finishes in 5th. They are eliminated, and the Pinkies are Marble League champions. How fitting. Starry gets stuck while in 5th place, and I can hear the collective groan of the Team Galactic fan base. But it's Pinky power. They have done enough. Regardless of if they can claim a medal here, they will win the Marble League. They're going to need to get going, in fact, if they do want to stand on that podium. Oh, look at this finish. Unbelievable. Closing in the lower part of this track. Pinkies will be guaranteed a medal, as will the Green Ducks. I know they are jubilant throughout the stadium, are the Pinkies fans and those who are cheering for the Pinkies from maybe some eliminated fan bases, but there is still a medal to play for in this event. Wow, Pinkies fans, you can exhale a little. What will the color of their medal be to close out their championship? How good does it feel to hear that? The Green Ducks are going to have to play catch-up. They are in the bottom spot. Pinkies are out in front. No, they hit the honeycomb. They're neck and neck with the Raspberry Racers. Into the final portion of the Raspberry Racers. They stutter. They hold up for a second. Will they be able to win this round? Yes, they will. The Green Ducks get 2nd place. They are not eliminated. The Pinkies will claim the bronze. I know our Marble League champions would have loved to come away with a gold in the final event, but instead, they will get a medal and pad their total and be able to stand on the podium one more time. The Green Ducks are going to be going head-to-head with the Raspberry Racers for a gold medal in the final event of the 2022 Marble League, and down we go. Contact already several times between these two marbles. They're trying to separate each other to go some different pathways, and only now are they able to. The Green Ducks with a lead, but speed coming from the Raspberry Racers. Green Ducks trying to stay clean, the crowd willing them on. And they've done it! The Green Ducks, they finally get a gold medal in the 11th hour. The final event of the Marble League they are hosting. The Green Ducks win at the pond. The Raspberry Racers get the silver. Our Marble League champion Pinkies get the bronze. I can feel the stadium absolutely shaking. The quacks are echoing off into the distance. And that duck looks about as happy as I have seen it this whole Marble League. Trust me, I've been keeping an eye on that duck. Awesome job for our hosts. Mallard, the captain, delivers them their long-awaited gold medal. The Pinkies will capture the Marble League Championship. 2 golds, 3 silvers, 2 bronze, and 13 points clear of the Shining Swarm. Team Galactic finished clear in 3rd spot. And this is an absolute milestone for the Pinkies and a good farewell to Pinky Spud, who will be departing as their technical director. Thank you so much for watching the Marble League 2022 with the Pinkies as your winner. This has been a blast, and I cannot thank you all enough for taking part. Until next time, I'm Greg Woods. So long, everyone.
Hello Marble Sports fans and welcome to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah and I'm here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Melbourne Grand Prix. In this season we will have 12 marbles competing in 8 races, all striving to be crowned champion. You may notice that some of these marbles have changed color this season. This is to make for an easier distinction between marbles and to make for a better viewer experience. All these marbles have been training hard for this season and are ready for race 1. But before you can race, you must qualify. The format for the qualifying of this season has been changed to allow for better racing. There will be 3 qualifying sessions, starting with Q1, which will have all 12 marbles racing in a 2-lap race, with the last 3 marbles being eliminated, not making it to the next round, and the position in which they finish will determine their starting order for the race. Q2 will be exactly the same as Q1, except for there will only be 9 marbles, as 3 marbles have been eliminated. Q3 will be a 4-lap race with the remaining 6 marbles, and the order in which they finish will be the starting order for the top 6 marbles in the starting grid of race 1. The people of Melbourne have put together an amazing track to be the host of the race 1 of the Marble Circuits 2022. Some of the features of this track are the drag reduction zone, as well as the booster and a long straight. The grandstands are full, awaiting the qualifying of the Melbourne Grand Prix. It's a hot summer day here in Australia. Hopefully that doesn't take a toll on any of these marbles for this qualifying. And now, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go for the qualifying of the Melbourne Grand Prix. Up the booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers in the lead, followed by Loose Wheel and Arrow Frog as we go down this U-turn for the first time. A Loose Wheel has now taken first place from Night Rivers, being followed by Arrow Frog, but Loose Wheel has a trouble on that wall. Now Night Rivers is in first place, being followed by Arrow Frog and Big Dogs. Now for the second lap, which is the final lap. This is a mad dash. Arrow Frog takes the lead by storm. An amazing move by Arrow Frog, with Night Rivers now still in second, being followed by Pink Pearl. But right now, all you want to watch is the bottom 3 marbles, because they are going to be eliminated in this race. And Arrow Frog will be your champion of Q1, but the marbles that will be eliminated are Fast Q Pins, Momonas, and Black Pirates. So Black Pirates will be starting last in the starting grid, with Momonas in 11th and Fast Q Pins in 10th place. And now, for Q2, Sea Turtles, Peppers, and Sparky are on the chopping block, and we're off. Up the boost for the first time, and Big Dog slows tremendously. He is way back in the pack, almost guaranteed elimination, with Gold Piston in first place. Peppers is in second, with Arrow Frog in third place, being followed by Night Rivers. Sea Turtles and Loose Wheel are fighting to get out of this elimination zone as we enter the final lap. Pink Pearl fighting to stay in the top 6, with the Sea Turtles trying to catch back up, and Gold Piston is still in the lead. A hit from Arrow Frog to the back, which slows Arrow Frog down, letting Peppers pass him, now putting some pressure on Gold Piston, and passes for first place, with Sparky now in third. Loose Wheel coming up on Pink Pearl. If he can pass her by the end of the lap, he will not be eliminated. It's a race to the line, but Pink Pearl is able to stay in the top 6. Loose Wheel ending up getting 7th, with Big Dog in 8th and Sea Turtle in 9th. This will be the starting order for these 3 marbles in the starting grid for race 1. We are down to 6 marbles for the start of Q3. This will be a 4-lap race, which will determine the starting order for the top 6 marbles. Marbles are in the blocks, and away we go. Arrow Frog having a slow start up the booster for the first time, and it is Peppers in the lead, but is overtaken by Sparky with a quick pass through the drag reduction zone. Peppers now in second, with Pink Pearl in third place, being followed by Night Rivers, with Gold Piston in 5th place, with Arrow Frog in 6th. Down the back straight starting the second lap. Peppers trying to catch up to Sparky, but now facing pressure from Night Rivers, who has overtaken Pink Pearl, who has fallen down to 5th, and Peppers takes first place from Sparky. Sparky trying to take it back, but a good move by Peppers, not letting Sparky pass, with Night Rivers still trying to catch up, with Arrow Frog in 4th place, now pressuring Night Rivers through these turns for the starting of the 3rd lap. Peppers is in first place, with Sparky in 2nd, Night Rivers in 3rd place, Arrow Frog 4th, Pink Pearl is in 5th, and Gold Piston is in 5th place. Sparky coming up on Peppers now. Night Rivers gives a bump to Sparky, who's now pressuring Peppers. All Peppers has to do is stay in the lead for a little bit more than a lap, and he will be the winner of this qualifying. But Sparky is not making that easy, as he almost passes Peppers. Very close, 0.004 seconds behind in the line, but Peppers is able to retain first place. And a hit to Night Rivers from behind from Aerofrog, giving Night Rivers some momentum. Now trying to catch up to Sparky, who takes first place from Peppers in the final lap. Peppers is in second, trying to take back the lead, and he does. And it's a race to the finish. Who will take it? And it is Sparky, who will be the champion of this qualifying, with Peppers in second. Aerofrog is in third. Night Rivers in fourth, with Pink Pearl in fifth. Gold Piston is in sixth. An amazing finish for Sparky, overtaking Peppers in the last lap, 0.122 seconds ahead of Peppers, which is definitely a close finish, with Aerofrog in third place. And now, for the start of the Melbourne Grand Prix. The marbles are ready, the lights are on, and away we go, with Peppers taking the lead right at the beginning of the race. He is back in the lead after losing in the qualifying, but loses it to Gold Piston as they go up the booster for the first time, and now it is Big Dog in the lead. He started in 8th place and now is overtaken by Pink Pearl, and Sparky and Peppers are falling down the order. Big Dog trying to catch up to Pink Pearl, with Night Rivers in 3rd place as they go down the back straight. Pink Pearl, the previous champion, is trying to get a good start to this season. Could she have been holding back in the qualifying to trick the marbles into thinking that she has lost her edge as they go through the drag reduction zone? Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, trying to overtake Big Dog, who is still trying to catch up to Pink Pearl at this moment. He seems to be drafting Pink Pearl through these corners, and he takes first place in the 3rd lap. Pink Pearl is trying to take it back, but it's surpassed by Gold Piston as they go up the booster. Gold Piston trying to catch up to Big Dog, who is extending himself from the rest of the field at this point and doing a good job at it. Night Rivers has now taken 2nd place, being followed by Gold Piston and now Fast Q Pins, who is trying to overtake for the podium. But Gold Piston and Night Rivers are going to make that hard, or so it seemed. Fast Q Pins has taken 3rd and 2nd place, with Big Dogs nowhere to be seen. Night Rivers now taking the 2nd place. Great move by Night Rivers through the booster. We have been seeing a lot of these moves through the booster as he takes first place there. Big Dogs falling down to 2nd. A lot of these moves through the booster have been very beneficial to these marbles, a new element of marble racing that we have not seen before. Gold Piston now back in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Big Dog, as he does right there, trying to draft him, but it is not working out. Big Dog able to stay ahead, with Night Rivers extending himself from the rest of the field. And now Momonos is in 4th place, being followed by Pink Pearl in 5th place. Gold Piston trying to pass Big Dogs here, but isn't able to do it as they go up the booster. Gold Piston is able to pass Big Dogs, and Big Dogs takes 2nd place and 1st place as the other two marbles take the drag reduction zone. A bad move by Night Rivers and Gold Piston. Big Dogs is now back in the lead. We are now starting the 7th lap as they go down the back straight. Gold Piston losing some ground on Night Rivers as he's trying to catch up to Big Dog, and he does right there, passing Big Dog, but Big Dog passes him back. A fight for the 1st place as Gold Piston has now taken 2nd, trying to catch up to Big Dog. Big Dog seeing some fighting going on behind him, just trying to stay ahead of these two marbles to stay out of any trouble and make it as easy as possible for him to retain the lead. But Gold Piston is trying to make that hard as he gives a bump to the back on Big Dog. Big Dog getting a little bit of momentum from that. Night Rivers still in 3rd place, with Aerofrog now in 4th place, catching back up after a not so good race so far, with Black Pirates in 5th place. He started in the last place on the starting grid, now in 5th place, trying to come and take 4th. A great move by Black Pirates, now is in 4th place. Big Dog still facing some pressure from Gold Piston up in the front, with Aerofrog in 3rd place. And Gold Piston has a bump on the chicane there, and so does Aero Frog. We've had an accident on the track. Aero Frog is losing ground. The Aero Frog fans are weeping. The tweets are tweeting at the downfall of Aero Frog. Gold Piston able to retain his podium spot so far, dealing with the damage that he got from this accident, with Big Dog still in the lead, being followed by Night Rivers. Aero Frog and Night Rivers pretty far ahead from Gold Piston, who is yet farther ahead from the rest of the field. Aero Frog a whole second and a half in front of Gold Piston. This is an incredible lead. He has a bump off the wall there, and Night Rivers takes the lead from Big Dogs. Also take a look at Peppers and Sparky. Peppers is in last place, starting in second place. He is definitely not having a good race, with Sparky down in 8th, right in front of Aero Frog. But Aero Frog is able to take it back, now in 7th place, dealing with the damage of this accident. Night Rivers trying to fend off Big Dogs, but is unsuccessful. Big Dogs is now in the lead, with Gold Piston and Black Pirates in the mix. Night Rivers trying to fend off Gold Piston, who doesn't seem to be too affected by the damage at this point, as he takes second place and now was drafting Big Dogs, but has a bump off the wall there, now being drafted by Night Rivers. And now gets a boost of speed through the booster, hitting on Big Dogs, and Big Dogs is able to... What happened there? A shove from Night Rivers, pushing Gold Piston to the top of the chicane. Is that even legal? Night Rivers definitely benefiting from this move. Definitely a questionable move though, as he is now trying to catch up to Big Dog, with Gold Piston in 3rd place. Sparky is now back up in 4th place, fighting with Aero Frog, who is back up in 5th place, trying to redeem himself in this race. We are on lap 14, 2 laps to go. Big Dog's in 1st place, Night Rivers in 2nd, with Gold Piston in 3rd place, drafting Night Rivers here as we start the 15th lap. And a bump from Night Rivers to the behind of Big Dogs as they go up the booster. Gold Piston now pressuring Night Rivers through the drag reduction zone, and another move from Night Rivers to Big Dogs onto the edge of the chicane. Some rough play from Night Rivers in this race. He really wants to take the overall win. With Gold Piston now taking 2nd place from Night Rivers on the start of the final lap. Big Dogs is in 1st place. Gold Piston is in 2nd. Night Rivers is in 3rd place. Aero Frog is back up in 4th place. Big Dogs facing some pressure from Night Rivers. All he has to do is stay in the lead for the remainder of the lap, and he will be champion of the Melbourne Grand Prix. As he goes around the final couple of corners, he can see the fans, he can see the line, and Big Dogs will be your champion of the Melbourne Grand Prix, with Night Rivers in 2nd and Gold Piston is in 3rd place. A respectable finish for Aero Frog in 4th place, being involved in that accident with Gold Piston. Both respectable finishes for those two marbles. What an amazing race. The fans are cheering, even the Aero Frog fans, for the results of this race. Definitely an action-packed race, with the efforts that Big Dog put into the off-season paying off, being crowned champion.
Congratulations. You were very fast today and dominated the circuit. Yeah! That was amazing, guys. I couldn't have done it without you.
Big Dog's very excited for his first win in Marble Circuit's history. Definitely an amazing accomplishment, especially considering the fact that he started way back in 8th place. As we look at some of these replays here, the replay of the start of the race. Peppers taking the lead from Sparky in the first second of the race. Is there a rivalry developing between these two marbles? We'll have to wait and see. Some great moves here right in the first turn. Sparky losing a good 5 places right in the first turn of this race, with Gold Piston coming in at first. But ultimately it was Big Dog who came out in the lead. He did have trouble holding the lead for the entirety of the race, but he was able to keep it at the end. Night Rivers putting on a good showing, as well as Gold Piston in this race, both getting on the podium. This is one of the few replays of Fastcu Pins in this race. You didn't see much of him in this race, but he did have 1 or 2 good moves in the front of the field. Night Rivers, though, battling Big Dog for the entirety of the race, as well as Gold Piston. All these 3 marbles were jostling for position the entire race. Gold Piston not being in the lead very much, with Big Dogs and Night Rivers keeping that spot. And here's the accident with Gold Piston and Arrow Frog. Gold Piston getting stuck on the track, not even moving for a couple seconds. And then Arrow Frog comes in with too much speed, not able to slow down in time before he crashes into Gold Piston, making him fall down a lot of places. He was able to come back up and get 4th place, definitely an accomplishment, as well as for Gold Piston having this accident, gaining some damage in this race. Couple rough moves from Night Rivers in this race, pushing Gold Piston as well as Big Dogs onto the top of the chicane to gain some speed, as well as to slow those 2 marbles down. Some rough play, but ultimately it did work out with him getting 2nd place. Here's a cool trackside view of the marbles, a view that only VIP marbles get to see. It's definitely a cool view. And here are the full results for the Melbourne Grand Prix. Big Dogs getting 25 points plus 1 point for having the fastest lap of this race. If you get the fastest lap of the race, you will be getting a bonus 1 point in this season. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for race 2 of the Marble Circuits 2022. And of course, congratulations to our 3 podium finishers. Big Dogs for getting 1st place, Night Rivers in 2nd, and Gold Piston in 3rd place. I'm Jeremiah, signing off, and until next time, this has been Quebec's Marble Runs. Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix. Last time, Sparky stole the lead in the last lap of Q3, sealing his position at the start of the starting gate for race 1. Will he be able to do it again in this qualifying, or will Peppers be able to take some revenge? The Bahrain Grand Prix is a very winding track with not much time to gain speed before you have to go into the next turn. This will definitely be a challenge for some of the marbles who are better at long straights with fewer turns. We'll have to see how they perform in this race. Black Pirates, Mamonas, and Fast Two Pins had a rough qualifying last race, being the first 3 marbles to be eliminated in this new format. Hopefully they'll be able to do better in this qualifying. After the accident last race, Gold Piston and Arrow Frog have been repaired, getting some slight damage, but nothing major that can't be fixed. Hopefully we won't have any more dangerous crashes in this season. Big Dog sits atop of the standings with 26 points, getting the fastest lap last race, giving him another extra point, with Night Rivers in 2nd and Gold Piston in 3rd. And now, for Q1, the marbles in the blocks. And away we go for the qualifying of the Bahrain Grand Prix. Up the booster, and it is Peppers in the lead, being followed by Night Rivers and Gold Piston through these U-turns for the first time. Night Rivers takes 1st place from Peppers, with Gold Piston pressuring Peppers right now, but succumbs to Fast Coup Pins, who is now in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Peppers and Night Rivers as we start the final lap. And Peppers takes 1st place, and Fast Coup Pins is now in 1st place. Night Rivers falls down to 3rd. A great mistake by Night Rivers, falling down the order. Mamonas, Pink Pearl, and Black Pirates are in the elimination zone, trying to do all they can to get out of this zone before the end of the lap, but it's not going to happen for Black Pirates, that's for sure. But Mamonas and Pink Pearl may have a chance. Peppers takes the win at the last second, and Mamonas gets out of the elimination zone, eliminating Sparky, last race's pole sitter. He will be eliminated in this qualifying. What a humiliation for him, with Pink Pearl also being eliminated and Black Pirates. And now, for Q2, the marbles are in the blocks, and away we go for Q2. Up the booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers out in the lead with Fast Coup Pins and Gold Piston on his tail. Sea Turtles is in 4th place, being pressured by Arrow Frog, with Fast Coup Pins still trying to catch up to Night Rivers, but Night Rivers has a great boost of speed there, and now he's over a second ahead in front of Fast Coup Pins. And Arrow Frog is trying to catch up to Fast Coup Pins and take 2nd place. And 1st place from Night Rivers through the booster. Great move for Arrow Frog, but Night Rivers is now in 2nd place, with Gold Piston is in 3rd. Sea Turtles just getting out of the elimination zone, putting Peppers in the spot, with Loose Wheel and Mamonas sharing this elimination zone. Frantic to get out of the zone, but it won't happen. Loose Wheel, Peppers, and Mamonas will be eliminated in Q2. Loose Wheel will start on 7th on the starting gate, with Peppers starting in 8th, and Mamonas will start in 9th. Now we have the last 6 marbles to compete for the top 6 spots in a 4-lap qualifying race. Arrow Frog sits on the top with Gold Piston in second, Night Rivers in third place. Fast Q Pins is the only marble that has made it this far and was eliminated in the first elimination of the qualifying for race 1, which is definitely better than last time. And now for Q3. And we're off with Big Dogs taking the lead right at the last second. Now Fast Q Pins is in the lead, being eliminated in the first qualifying. Now he is in the lead with Big Dogs in second. Sea Turtles is in third place, trying to fend off Gold Piston as they go through this U-turn. And Gold Piston takes third place from Sea Turtles. Big Dogs still trying to catch up to Fast Q Pins, who takes the drag reduction zone, but is able to retain the lead, with Big Dogs still trying to get on his tail. Sea Turtles has taken back third place as they go through these U-turns once again. Gold Piston trying to catch up to Sea Turtles with Arrow Frog on his tail, and Night Rivers is trailing behind. And Gold Piston takes second place from Sea Turtles, and Big Dogs takes the lead from Fast Q Pins, who takes the drag reduction zone as they go up the booster. Big Dogs is back in first place. Is Big Dogs being a little bit too overconfident taking the lead in this race after winning last race, or is he just being an excellent racer? Fast Q Pins takes first place in lap 3, and Big Dogs takes it right back. Some aggressive racing from Big Dogs, and he takes a drag reduction zone, which helps him gain some speed as they go up the booster. This is the final lap. Big Dogs is in first place, being followed by Fast Q Pins and Sea Turtles, with Night Rivers putting some pressure on Sea Turtles trying to take that podium spot, but Sea Turtles is fending him off. Big Dog is still in the lead, and he will be champion of Q3 of the Bahrain Grand Prix, with Fast Q Pins in second, Sea Turtles in third place. Big Dogs will be the pole sitter for this race, with Fast Q Pins in second. Definitely some exciting racing in this qualifying, starting with Q1. Sparky getting eliminated, being the pole sitter from last race. What happened in this Q1? He just did not get a good start to this race, and these qualifyings are very short, only 2 laps. There's not much time to make it up. Peppers, though, taking the lead at the last second, being the pole sitter for the Q1. Definitely a good achievement, but he was eliminated in Q2. Also, Black Pirates was eliminated in last place in Q1, just the same as the Q1 from last qualifying. He is not doing well with this new format. Arrow Frog and Gold Piston were both able to make it to Q3 after the accident in race 1. Their damage has definitely been fixed and they are back on their optimal performance. Definitely good for them. Fast Q Pins getting second in the overall qualifying, which is definitely better than his last qualifying. We wish him a good race, as well as Big Dog starting in pole position. Definitely will be good for him. We wish all the best to him as well, with Sea Turtles getting third place. We'll have to watch out for Big Dogs and Fast Q Pins in this race, as well as for Sparky and Peppers. Will they be able to catch up after this disappointing qualifying? Pink Pearl having a rough season so far, being in 9th place in race 1. She'll have to do better if she wants to keep her reputation. It's going to be hard. Here are the full qualifying results, with Big Dogs in first place being the fastest marble, with Fast Q Pins in second and Sea Turtles in third place. Sparky falling down to 10th place. Definitely a not good qualifying for him. Hopefully he'll be able to catch up in this race. If you like this video, welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, and I'm here to welcome you to the Bahrain Grand Prix. Big Dog sits on the pole position after winning the qualifying a few days ago. Being champion of last race, he is trying to make it as easy as possible to take another win. At the back of the starting gate, you have an interesting group of marbles. Black Pirates getting last place in both of the qualifyings of this season. He's definitely having a hard time with this new qualifying format. And then you have Pink Pearl, last season's overall champion, in 11th place. She's having a hard time with these qualifyings as well. And then you have Sparky, race 1 champion. He was put into the elimination zone by Momonas in the last lap of Q1, which is definitely a hard hit for him, with Momonas getting eliminated in Q2, not making it any farther than 9th. Arrow Frog and Gold Piston sit right next to each other on the starting grid. Rumor has it that they're actually becoming friends after the accident in last race. The Bahrain Grand Prix is a unique track with a very steep booster, and a lot of U-turns in succession with not much time to gain speed as we saw in the qualifying, but there are a lot of places that can be used as an overtaking point. As we look at the top-down view, you can really see what type of environment that these marbles have to be going through in this race. Nerves are building, especially for Big Dogs, who sits on pole position. He is under a lot of pressure to perform well in this race to keep the overall lead. But Knight Rivers is sitting in 4th. He is in 2nd in the overall standings. He wants to come and take the lead from Big Dogs. Here are the full results of the qualifying from a couple days ago. Big Dogs on pole position, followed by Fast Food Pins, Sea Turtles, Knight Rivers, and Arrow Frog, who will finish off your top 5. Just to let everyone know, Race 3 of the Marble Circuits will not be coming out next weekend. It will be coming out the weekend after that. And now, for Race 2 of the Marble Circuits 2022. The lights are on. And away we go. Fast Food Pins takes the lead right at the beginning of the race, but Big Dogs takes it back, and they go through the drag reduction zone, losing a lot of speed. And now Peppers is in 1st place, being followed by Knight Rivers and Momonas as we go through these turns for the first time. Big Pearl is trailing behind in 12th place, with Loose Wheel in 11th. Big Dogs has fallen down to 7th, with Fast Two Pins in 8th place. The drag reduction zone spelling disaster for these two marbles. Peppers is extending his lead, being followed by Momonas and Knight Rivers, who is trying to catch up at this point. A lot of contact right before the booster, and Knight Rivers comes out on top with Momonas in 2nd. Sea Turtles is in 3rd place, and Peppers has fallen down to 4th, with Knight Rivers now trying to extend his lead. Momonas still in 2nd place, trying to catch up to Knight Rivers, but is having a hard time doing it as Knight Rivers is extending himself from the rest of the field. Sea Turtles has taken 2nd place, but Momonas takes it right back, and he takes 1st place from Knight Rivers, and Sea Turtles takes 1st place right before the booster. Knight Rivers has fallen down to 4th, with Arrow Frog now in 3rd place. Sea Turtles extending himself from Momonas here. Momonas is the 2nd place champion right now, not getting in 1st place for very long. And Knight Rivers has now taken 2nd place, drafting Sea Turtles, but Sea Turtles is able to get ahead. Momonas taking 2nd place briefly from Knight Rivers, but enters the drag reduction zone, allowing Knight Rivers to take the 2nd spot. Arrow Frog is pressuring Momonas for 3rd place at this point, being followed by, who would have guessed, Gold Piston. They are really becoming buds in this race. Momonas trying to catch up to Sea Turtle at this point, but Sea Turtles is able to pass and take 1st place from Knight Rivers and take the fast side of the drag reduction zone, with the other 3 marbles taking the other side, allowing him to get a big lead. Knight Rivers is now in 2nd place, being followed by Arrow Frog. Momonas is now in 4th place, trying to catch up to Arrow Frog at this point. Sea Turtles trying to stay ahead of Knight Rivers as we go into the 6th lap. Knight Rivers trying to catch up, and he goes through the drag reduction zone, but is able to keep momentum. A good move by Knight Rivers. Sea Turtles has a good lead right now, and Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, being followed by Arrow Frog, with the Momonas now in 5th place. Big Dogs and Fast Two Pins are in the last 2 spot. What happened to these 2 marbles in this race? They were the top 2 pole sitters of the starting of the race. Something is definitely wrong with their strategy in this race. Knight Rivers has taken back pole position from Sea Turtles. These 2 marbles are definitely fighting for the pole position in this race, being followed by Arrow Frog and Gold Piston. They're all in single file around these turns. Knight Rivers sees these 3 marbles behind him, does not like what he is seeing. Arrow Frog trying to take 2nd place from Sea Turtles and is able to do it. Sea Turtles and Gold Piston take the drag reduction zone. Now Arrow Frog is in 2nd, trying to catch up to Knight Rivers, as he is right now. Momonas is now taken back 3rd place, and Arrow Frog takes 1st place from Knight Rivers. As they go through these U-turns, Knight Rivers has lost a lot of momentum. Black Pirates is now in 3rd place, starting in the back of the field in 12th place. He is definitely a comeback king. He did this last race, but if you remember, he got up to the top of the field in the middle of the race and then fell back down and finished in 11th. We'll have to keep an eye on him in this race to see if he is able to stay up in the top of the pack or if he's going to fall back down like he did last race. Peppers is now back up in 5th place, with Gold Piston in 6th. Arrow Frog extending his lead from Knight Rivers. They both take the right side of the drag reduction zone. Momonas taking 3rd place from Black Pirates, but Black Pirates is able to take it back. Arrow Frog a good 3 seconds ahead of Black Pirates, with Knight Rivers close behind. Black Pirates needs to try to close this gap if he wants to get any higher up in the standings, but you have to watch out for Night Rivers and Aerofrog, two fierce competitors, as Night Rivers takes first place from Aerofrog there. They both take the drag reduction zone, making them lose a lot of momentum. Black Pirates has an opportunity to catch back up, but where is he? He is back in 6th place. He's falling down the order just like last race. What is happening to Black Pirates in this race? Gold Piston is now in 3rd place, trying to catch up to Aerofrog, who is having a hard time just trying to keep up with Night Rivers at this point, and going through the drag reduction zone is not going to help him that much. Night Rivers now has a huge lead, with Ramonas now taking 3rd place from Gold Piston, trying to catch up to Aerofrog. Black Pirates is now in 7th. Big Dogs and Fast Two Pins are still at the bottom of the standings. This is a terrible race for them. Big Dog's most likely going to lose his lead in the overall standings if he does not make it up by the end of this race. Night Rivers still in the lead, being followed by Aerofrog and Mamonas. Gold Piston trying to pass Mamonas for 3rd, but Gold Piston is able to hold him off at this point. With Loose Wheel now in 5th place, haven't seen him much in this season so far. Good for him being in the top 5. Can he climb higher in this race? Gold Piston does not want that to happen. He's defending himself from Loose Wheel at this point. Night Rivers still in the lead, being followed by Aerofrog still, and Loose Wheel takes 4th place from Gold Piston. He is climbing up the ranks. Hopefully he'll be able to do better in this season. Maybe he just had a rough start last race, trying to catch up to Mamonas now, but it's going to be hard to do it as these top 4 marbles are very spaced out at this point. Each of these marbles are over a second apart from each other in this top 4. Who will be the first to make a crucial mistake and break this balance? And a hit to Loose Wheel from Pink Pearl through the booster. An aggressive move by Pink Pearl, actually giving Loose Wheel some momentum. Maybe he'll be able to use this momentum to catch up to Mamonas and take 3rd place. He is slowly catching up to Mamonas at this point. Mamonas takes the drag reduction zone, but it looks like Loose Wheel does as well. Aerofrog is now catching up to Night Rivers. They are neck and neck. Night Rivers does not like this, and now it's gained some more space. Loose Wheel has caught up to Mamonas. Now he's trying to pressure for 3rd place, with Mamonas just trying to keep his ground at this point. Night Rivers doing a fantastic job in this race, holding lead by far for a very long time. Aerofrog now pressuring him, and he takes 1st place from Night Rivers, just as I was saying how good Night Rivers was doing. Night Rivers is furious right now, trying to take back the lead from Aerofrog. Aerofrog having a great time, but he can't have too much fun, or else he might make a mistake. He has to fend off Night Rivers, who is furious and just wants to get back in the lead. They both take the drag reduction zone, and a bump by Night Rivers, actually using it to his advantage. Night Rivers is now back in 1st place. We have 2 laps to go. We are in lap 18. Mamonas and Loose Wheel still fighting for 3rd place. Loose Wheel a great deal behind Mamonas at this point though. Night Rivers and Aerofrog very far ahead of Mamonas. As we start the final lap, Aerofrog takes the lead in the final lap from Night Rivers. Where is Night Rivers? He is falling down to 2nd. Aerofrog using a surprise tactic. Can he keep the lead for the remainder of the race? This would be a steal of a race if he can. Night Rivers just trying to do all he can to get back in the lead, but it's not looking like it's going to happen. And Aerofrog will be your champion of the Bahrain Grand Prix, with Night Rivers coming in at 2nd and a surprise Pink Pearl in 3rd place, dethroning Mamonas and Loose Wheel. An amazing race today with a steal of a win from Aerofrog. Big Dogs ending up in 7th, starting in pole position. Not a very good race for him, but better than Fast Two Pins, ending up in 12th, starting in 2nd place. A better race for Pink Pearl, ending up in 3rd place. Maybe she's finally got her bearings.
Wow, you made a sensational race with beautiful overtaking. Congratulations on your first victory at the Marble Circuits 2022.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm very happy now. I didn't expect to have such a special weekend. Thank you to the whole team.
Aerofrog sounding very excited after such a steal of a win. We'll definitely have to take a look at that in these replays. Big Dogs having a terrible race, as well as Fast Two Pins, both ending up in the bottom of the standings, with Fast Two Pins ending up in last, starting in 2nd place. What happened in this race? He did try to overtake for the lead right at the beginning of the race, possibly messing up his overall strategy. Both of the top 2 marbles ended up going to the drag reduction zone, putting them in the back of the pack, possibly causing them the overall win of this race. Just goes to show you how important the start of the race is. You have to make sure not to be too aggressive, or else you might make a mistake letting other marbles pass you right at the beginning of the race, forcing you to deal with major consequences. Night Rivers doing a fantastic job today, being in the lead unchallenged for most of the race, right up until the last lap. You have to remember that you have to stay focused all the way into the last lap, even if it looks like there's no possible way that you could lose this race. Because if you lose your focus, all is lost, and you will probably lose the race, in this case, to Aerofrog, who did not lose his focus and was able to take advantage of the mistake that Night Rivers made and steal the win. Amonas also having a good race today, staying in the top 3 for most of the race, but was eventually dethroned by Pink Pearl, who took 3rd place in the last lap. This is another show of loss of focus for some of these marbles who were alone so long in the race that they kind of forgot that they were racing. The peace and quiet of dominating the race up in the front can be distracting, and you have to keep your edge or else you won't be able to stay in the lead for very long, as we saw from Night Rivers and Momonas. Night Rivers did end up getting the fastest lap in this race on the 2nd lap of the race, and from that point on, he was for the most part in the lead. Here is the point where Aerofrog takes the lead in the last lap. It looks like Night Rivers went up on the chicane, making his turn radius longer, which ultimately allowed Aerofrog to take the lead. It's wins like these that keep these marbles going. Definitely an amazing race here at Bahrain. Here are the full race results, with Aerofrog in 1st place, Night Rivers in 2nd, Pink Pearl is in 3rd place. Pink Pearl had the highest number of gained spots compared to her starting position, Fast Pins having the highest number of lost spots, having 10 lost spots, starting in 2nd, finishing in last. And here are the full standings, Aerofrog in 1st place being followed by Night Rivers and Big Dogs. Big Dogs being dethroned, having 30 points, with the top 2 marbles being tied for 1st with 37. Ties are broken by the number of victories the marbles have. In this case, will be Aerofrog. Congratulations to Aerofrog for getting 1st place, Night Rivers in 2nd, and Pink Pearl in 3rd place. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe, and stay tuned for Race 3.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello Marvel Sports fans, we are back. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Shanghai Grand Prix. News has surfaced that Black Pirates has fired his coach and pit crew after 2 devastating races and qualifyings. He got last place in both of the previous qualifyings, and in the actual races, he would get up in the top of the field in the middle of the race, and then he would fall back down to the bottom in both races. He has definitely had a hard time in this season. We wish all the best to him in this race with a fresh pit crew and coach. We'll have to see how he does in this race. As we take a look at the track here, this is a very different track compared to the one in Bahrain. There's a lot more long straights and able to gain speed in. It also has a very sharp corner that we have not seen yet in this season. Will definitely be a challenge for some of these marbles in this race. You can see Black Pirates coach giving him some last-minute pointers for this qualifying, which has definitely been a big change for a lot of these marbles in this season. Some marbles thriving in it, and some marbles not. Here are the full standings. Aerofrog sits in 1st place, 37 points. Night Rivers is in 2nd, with Big Dogs in 3rd place. Night Rivers has gotten 2nd twice in a row. Maybe this race will finally be his time. And now, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go for Q1 of the Shanghai Grand Prix. Up to booster for the first time, and it is Night Rivers in the lead with Gold Piston in 2nd. Black Pirates is in 3rd place, now is in 2nd. He is thriving in this first lap. He is now in 1st place, doing a tremendous job at this point. Is his new crew helping him out in this race? We'll have to wait and see, because it is stamina that he has some trouble with Gold Piston now coming in at 2nd. Night Rivers is in 3rd place. As they go up to booster for the 2nd and final lap, now we have to start watching the back of the field. Pink Pearl, Loose Wheel, and Fast Pins are in the elimination zone. They're doing all they can to get out of this zone, but it is very hard, especially in this mad dash of a qualifying. Black Pirates has sealed his position in at least Q2. We'll have to see if he can hold out to get into Q3. With Gold Piston in second, Sparky gets third place, and the marbles that will be eliminated are Pink Pearl Momonas and Fast 2 Pins. Fast 2 Pins having another terrible qualifying. Maybe he needs to follow in the footsteps of Black Pirates. And now, for Q2, the marbles are in the blocks, and away we go. Loose Wheel out in the lead, but again, it is Black Pirates in the lead. He has become a front runner in this qualifying, with Sea Turtles now in second briefly, but Loose Wheel takes it back as they go through these U-turns here. Black Pirates is facing some pressure from Loose Wheel as they go through this sharp corner, and Loose Wheel takes it to his advantage, takes first for a second, but Black Pirates has taken it back with Night Rivers in third place. Big Dogs and Arrow Frog are in the bottom two spots in the elimination zone. The two champions of the last two races, they need to get out of this zone if they want to have a chance of a good starting position for this race. We are in the final lap. Black Pirates is still in the lead. Will Loose Wheel be able to take it in this sharp corner? No. And Arrow Frog has gotten out of the elimination zone right now. Can he stay out for the remainder of the lap? Big Dog is on his tail, but Big Dog isn't able to do it. Arrow Frog stays in, and Big Dog is eliminated, as well as Sparky and Sea Turtles, who will start in 9th, 8th, and 7th. And now, for Q3, the marbles are in the blocks, 4 laps, and away we go. Black Pirates has a trouble at the beginning of the race. He is back in last place, with Arrow Frog in first battling Night Rivers. Two rivals from last race, and a bump from Night Rivers onto the chicane. A familiar move from last race as well. Arrow Frog is trying to come back, and he does take first place through that very sharp corner, with Loose Wheel in third place. Peppers is in fourth place, being followed by Gold Piston and Black Pirates. Black Pirates really needs to step up his game. He has so far, but if he wants to be in pole position, he's going to have to do better than this. Night Rivers is now pressuring Arrow Frog, and Loose Wheel is in the mix as well. Night Rivers has now taken first place from Arrow Frog as they go through this U-turn. Black Pirates is still in the back of the pack. And now he is back up in fourth place, trying to catch up to Loose Wheel now. Night Rivers trying to extend himself for the third lap. Arrow Frog goes through the drag reduction zone as they go up the booster. Loose Wheel trying to catch up to Arrow Frog, and they are fighting for first place. Arrow Frog has taken back first place. Arrow Frog and Night Rivers are really rising as some of the top competitors in this season, with Night Rivers having a very consistent season so far, getting 2 second places in a row. Arrow Frog getting 1 victory and 1 third place. These are definitely 2 great racers. As we start the final lap of this qualifying, Arrow Frog is still in first place, being followed by Night Rivers and Loose Wheel, who can't seem to get out of third place. Black Pirates is down in 5th, following Peppers, and Loose Wheel takes second place from Night Rivers in the final lap. Night Rivers trying to take it back. Arrow Frog is still in first place as they go through this sharp corner. 2 more corners to go, and Arrow Frog will be the champion of this qualifying, and he will. Arrow Frog will be the champion of this qualifying, with Loose Wheel in second, and Night Rivers is in third place. Peppers gets 4th, Pirates is in 5th, and Gold Piston gets 6th place. Definitely a great showing for Black Pirates in this qualifying, getting 5th place, getting last place in the previous 2 qualifying. Certainly an accomplishment for him. Let's take a look at some of these replays to see what allowed him to get so far in this qualifying after having such a terrible 2 qualifyings before. Right off the bat, he got in the front of the pack and then tried to extend himself from the rest of the field. That is what you want to do in these qualifying, because there are so few laps. There's not much time to get back up in the front if you are not already there. Arrow Frog did show that it is possible to sneak out of the elimination zone and take the overall victory, but it is a very hard thing to do, and he definitely has some skill in that area. Big Dog almost passed Arrow Frog at the line. If he had so, he would have gotten out of the elimination zone. Now let's take a look at Q3. By now, the other marbles had figured out what Black Pirates is trying to do, and then they foiled it, bringing him to last place right at the start of the race. 4 laps is more time to get back up in the front, but still not very much. Arrow Frog and Night Rivers battling for most of Q3 for pole position, with Loose Wheel in third place for most of the race. There's that shove from Night Rivers pushing Arrow Frog onto the chicane. Arrow Frog eventually did take revenge and was able to take first place from Night Rivers, who fell down to third after Loose Wheel takes second in the final lap. I know there's a lot of Black Pirates fans out there who are happy with this result. The hiring of a new coach and pit crew definitely is paying off. We'll have to see how he does in the actual race to be for sure. But for now, things are looking up. Here are the full results. Arrow Frog being the fastest marble, getting to sit on pole position for race 3. With Loose Wheel in second, Night Rivers is in third place, Peppers gets fourth, and Black Pirates rounds off the top 5. If you like this video, don't forget to like and subscribe and comment down below what
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Shanghai Grand Prix. In the qualifying, we saw a revival of Black Pirates getting 5th place, the first time that he has not qualified last in this season, coincidentally, after he hired a new pit crew. Maybe he'll have a comeback in this race. The Fubeca team has decided to implement a new technique to the drag reduction zone. In this race, the drag reduction zone will be disabled for the first lap. This is to make sure that the pole sitters do not lose out on their pole position right at the beginning of the race when they are not up to full speed. Then the DRS will be activated on lap 2 for the remainder of the race. Sitting on pole position is Arrow Frog, who will definitely appreciate this new ruling, as well as Loose Wheel in second and Night Rivers in third. The left side of the starting position is what is most affected by the drag reduction zone. Those marbles are going to be the ones that are most appreciative of this ruling. Here are the full results from the qualifying. Arrow Frog sits on top with Loose Wheel in second, and Night Rivers is in third place. Arrow Frog, the champion of last race, will be starting on pole position for this race, making it as easy as possible for him to be able to try to win this race as well. Night Rivers sitting directly behind Arrow Frog, having 2 second places. He is hungry for victory in this race. Will he be able to take the win? We'll have to wait and see. Here are the full standings. Arrow Frog sits on top with 37 points. Night Rivers is in second, and Big Dogs is in third place. All Night Rivers has to do to take the lead is get higher than Arrow Frog in this race, and he'll be able to take the overall lead. And now, the marbles are ready, the lights are on, and they're off for the start of the Shanghai Grand Prix. Arrow Frog still in the lead, being followed by Loose Wheel, and Sparky takes the lead up the booster for the first time, and it is now Loose Wheel in first place. Arrow Frog is in second, with Sparky trying to battle it out for second place. Arrow Frog trying to catch up to Loose Wheel at this point as we go through this U-turn, with Sparky still giving pressures to Arrow Frog. And look at Night Rivers, all the way down in 11th already. He has had a downfall in this race, and the DRS is now activated. Loose Wheel takes it, losing some speed, allowing Sparky to catch back up, as well as Arrow Frog. Now Arrow Frog has taken second place, setting his sights on Loose Wheel, drafting him at this point, and he takes first place. Loose Wheel is now in second, and Peppers has taken third place from Sparky, now trying to catch up to Loose Wheel. Black Pirate still in 5th place. He has not gained any ground, but he has not lost any. We'll have to see how he does in the rest of this race. And Peppers takes first place, but Arrow Frog takes it right back. Loose Wheel is now in third as they go up the booster. Arrow Frog still trying to extend its lead from Peppers at this point, with the rest of the field being far behind from the top 3 marbles, being led by Sparky and Black Pirates. Black Pirates now putting up a charge, and he is now in 4th place, passing Sparky. Arrow Frog already has a huge lead at the start of the 4th lap. Peppers trying to make that lead smaller, but is having a hard time doing it. Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Black Pirates trying to catch up to him. And Night Rivers gains 1 spot over Fast 2 Pins. He has to really try hard to get up in the top of the field if he wants to be able to take this win. It's not looking good for him. He still has 11 laps to go, but it's going to be difficult. Black Pirates putting some pressure on Loose Wheel as we go through this turn, and Black Pirates takes 3rd place, but Loose Wheel takes it right back. And now Sparky is in the mix as they go on the right side of the drag reduction zone. Sparky is able to come out on top, and Black Pirates is in still 4th place, trying to climb ever so slightly up the table. But Sparky is making that hard. Arrow Frog up in the peace and quiet at the front. He's doing a tremendous job at this point, but it's only the 5th lap. It's going to be really hard to the front run for the entirety of the race, with all these other marbles trying to catch up to him. Black Pirates facing some pressure from Sparky up the booster. He is holding him off, but Sparky is able to take it, as well as Loose Wheel. Black Pirates has fallen down to 5th. Sparky trying to catch up to Peppers as he is doing right now. He is neck and neck with Peppers. Peppers is trying to hold him off as they go through these turns here. Sparky is drafting Peppers through this back straight for the start of the 7th lap. Peppers trying to hold him off. And Arrow Frog goes through drag reduction zone, losing a lot of speed, but he got right back up to the booster and gained it all back, with Peppers now facing some pressure from Loose Wheel, who is in 3rd place, being followed by Sparky and Black Pirates. Arrow Frog is really separating himself from the rest of the field, doing a good job at it. And Loose Wheel takes 2nd place with Black Pirates in 3rd. Peppers has fallen down to 4th. Arrow Frog seeing some fighting behind him, and he goes through the drag reduction zone yet again, losing some ground, and Black Pirates has taken 1st place. Black Pirates is in the lead. As we enter the 2nd half of this race, Arrow Frog has been dethroned, and he gets stuck on the track, and he gets bumped up by Momonos and Night Rivers, and he has fallen down to 6th. What a downfall for Arrow Frog yet again, if you remember race 1. Black Pirates is still in 1st place, Loose Wheel is in 2nd, and Pink Pearl is in 3rd place, being followed by Sparky and Peppers. And Night Rivers is in 6th place up the booster, now he is in 4th. Coming back up from 11th, he is having a comeback in this race. He definitely wants to take the overall win. Pink Pearl facing some pressures from Peppers, and Peppers takes 3rd place. Loose Wheel trying to stay ahead of Black Pirates, who is trying to take his 1st win of the season after doing such a terrible job in the qualifying, and he loses 2 places. Night Rivers is now in 2nd place. An unbelievable comeback by Night Rivers, but he is overtaken by Peppers. Black Pirates is sandwiched between 2 big names in this league. Night Rivers in the front and Arrow Frog in the back. And now Big Dogs has taken 4th place. Now trying to set his sights on Night Rivers, who has just taken 2nd place from Peppers. Now setting his sights on Loose Wheel. Loose Wheel sees Night Rivers behind him and is not liking what he sees. And Night Rivers takes a drag reduction zone, allowing Peppers to take 2nd place. Now setting his sights on Loose Wheel, catching up to Loose Wheel at this point, and he takes 1st place from Loose Wheel by storm. He is trying to take it back, and he is having some trouble, but he's able to catch back up to Peppers, but is not able to make any passes. Black Pirates is in 3rd place, being followed by Night Rivers. Night Rivers is trying to pressure Black Pirates and pass him, but is having some trouble. Loose Wheel is now pressuring Peppers through the booster, and he takes 1st place from Peppers, and Black Pirates takes 2nd place. Peppers has fallen down to 3rd, being pressured by Pink Pearl, and Pink Pearl takes 3rd place. Big Dogs, Night Rivers, and Arrow Frog are having some trouble in this race, being in 5th, 6th, and 7th. They really need to catch up if they want to be able to take this win. Pink Pearl now putting some pressure on Black Pirates. Black Pirates is defending himself well, though, as they go up the booster. This is the 13th lap, only 2 more laps to go, with Loose Wheel in the lead, being followed by Black Pirates and Pink Pearl. And Night Rivers has now taken back 4th place, now trying to catch up to Pink Pearl, who is pretty far ahead at this point. And Pink Pearl takes 2nd place from Black Pirates, now trying to catch up to Loose Wheel. Black Pirates is now in 3rd place. As they go down the back straight, Loose Wheel takes the right side of the drag reduction zone, and Pink Pearl does not, losing some speed, with Black Pirates trying to catch back up to her, doing a good job at it. He is catching up to Pink Pearl at this point and takes 2nd place, with Big Dogs now pressuring Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl trying to catch back up to Black Pirates, and Loose Wheel is just watching them fight at this point. He's about to start the final lap. Loose Wheel is in 1st place, being followed by Pink Pearl and then Black Pirates. Big Dogs is in 4th place. Night Rivers is in 5th place. Will Night Rivers be able to catch back up? It's not looking like it, as Arrow Frog overtakes him. Pink Pearl trying to catch up to Loose Wheel in this last lap, as well as Black Pirates trying to take at least 2nd place, but he's facing some pressure from Big Dogs. And it's not looking like Loose Wheel will be dethroned. He's going around the final corner with nobody behind him, and he will be champion of race 3 of the Marble Circus 2022 at the Shanghai Grand Prix, with Pink Pearl in 2nd, and Black Pirates gets an amazing 3rd place finish. He's definitely redeemed himself in this race, with Big Dogs in 4th place and last champion Arrow Frog in 5th place. Night Rivers has fallen down to 7th, breaking his streak of podiums. Sparky somehow ending up in 12th after being in the top 5. Something definitely went wrong for him.
Amazing. We managed to surprise the opponents with our strategy. Congratulations.
Wow, I can't believe we got this victory this weekend. I'm so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Loose Wheel is definitely excited for this win. His strategy of holding out until the second half of the race definitely paying off. Let's take a look at the replays. You can see Loose Wheel starting in second, Aerofrog starting in first. Aerofrog definitely had some trouble. He was the leader for the first half of the race, but then fell down in the second half, even getting stuck on the track momentarily, which definitely caused his downfall. Loose Wheel having a good showing today. He was actually not in the top 3 for the entire race. Night Rivers not having a very good race today, falling down to 11th within the first couple laps. Something definitely went wrong for him in this race, but he was able to catch back up even to second, but he ended up falling back down to 7th. You can see at this point in the race, Big Dogs was in last place, and then he ended up finishing overall in 4th. Definitely a great comeback for him as well, getting 1 win and now getting a 4th. You can see here Sparky in 5th place, pressuring for 3rd place even early in the race, and then something went wrong in the race, causing him to get back down all the way to last place. Definitely a humiliating defeat for him, but sometimes it just happens. Black Pirates had an amazing race today, getting 3rd place after having 2 terrible races. He is definitely doing a lot better with this new pit crew that he has hired. As you can see, the accident that we had with Aerofrog getting stuck for at least a second or two before being hit by some other marbles like Night Rivers and Mamonas, who did actually lose some speed because of this accident. You can see this line of marbles drafting here, not a common sight in marble racing, but you can see that it is possible. Peppers did hold the lead for some of the second half of the race, but he did end up getting 8th place. Something went wrong for him as well in this race. This is definitely a complicated track for some of these marbles. As you can see here, Black Pirates going through the outside to pass Peppers in that lap. And now it is time to look at the full standings to see how this race affects the overall points. Loose Wheel getting 1st place, Pink Pearl in 2nd. Black Pirates is in 3rd place. Big Dogs having the fastest lap, getting a bonus point with a time of 24.596, which was the fastest lap of this race, so an extra point for him. Here are the full standings. Aerofrog is still in 1st place. Big Dogs has taken 2nd place from Night Rivers, even though they are tied because he has 1 victory. Night Rivers failing to get higher than Aerofrog. Had he done that, he would have been in 1st place, but he did not. Black Pirates climbing up to 7th place after being in 11th place in the overall standings before this race because of his podium finish. Definitely a good standing for him. He's going to have to work hard if he wants to climb up the tables anymore. Congratulations to Loose Wheel for getting 1st place, Pink Pearl in 2nd, and Black Pirates.
This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription.
Hello Marble Sports fans, welcome to Italy for the qualifying of the Monza Grand Prix. I'm Jeremiah, glad to be here for the next installment of the Marble Circuits 2022. The marbles are ready to race for the prize of sitting in the coveted pole position. Each marble needs to put their best performance forward for this race. This qualifying format is really a mad dash, so if you want to advance, you have to make sure to get in the lead as quickly as possible. Also, if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe so you don't miss out on the second half of the Marble Circuits 2022. Let's take a look at the track we have here today in Monza. Some of the features of this track are a lot of hairpins, as well as the first overlap in the track we have in this season. So the marbles will have a clear view of the marbles that are ahead of them down below. Once again, you can see the marbles making last-minute preparations before this race. Black Pirates talking with his new crew chief once again, with Fast Q Pins choosing not to follow in his footsteps, keeping his old pit crew. Here are the full standings. You can see how hiring a new pit crew and crew chief has bumped up Black Pirates' performance tremendously, bumping him from 11th in the overall standings up to 7th. And now, for Q1, the marbles are in the blocks. And away we go. Pink Pearl getting the lead, but it is Mamonas off to the good start. Pink Pearl coming in at 2nd, and Black Pirates is in 3rd place, being followed by Sparky. A hard hit from Sparky there, which brings Black Pirates down to 3rd. Mamonas still fighting off Pink Pearl there, but he succumbs to her. Pink Pearl is now in first place, being followed by Momonas and Black Pirates as we are about to start the second and final lap. And now it's time to start looking at the bottom of the field. Loose Wheel is in 10th place, being the champion of last race. He is in the elimination zone with Fast Q Pins and Arrow Frog, the race's champion before that. So they really need to try hard if they want to get out of the elimination zone. Black Pirates has now taken second place, trying to pressure Pink Pearl, and Sparky is now in third place, but he was overcome by Gold Piston, and now he takes it back again. Pink Pearl has secured her spot in Q2 at least, with Fast Q Pins, Arrow Frog, and Loose Wheel trailing behind. They only have a couple more seconds to get out of the zone, and it won't happen. Fast Q Pins will start in 10th on the starting grid, Arrow Frog in 11th, and Loose Wheel in 12th. Two of the champions of the 3 races so far in this series are in the bottom 2 spots of this race. What happened in this race for these 2 marbles? And now, for Q2. And we're off. And once again, it is Momonas in the lead, being followed by Peppers and Sea Turtles this time. And Sea Turtles goes through the inside. Sea Turtles is now in first place, being followed by Gold Piston and Peppers. Black Pirates is in 4th, facing some pressure from Pink Pearl, who has not had a very good season so far. She sits in 5th in the overall standings. She's just trying to make that higher. Sea Turtles having a good lead so far, not having a good season either. As we start the final lap, Gold Piston has now taken first place over Sea Turtles. Through the drag reduction zone they go, with Sparky, Night Rivers, and Big Dogs in the elimination zone. Big Dogs being champion of race 1 of this series, with Night Rivers being in second multiple times. Sparky is defending off these 2 big names and trying to get out of the elimination zone, but Pink Pearl is ahead of him. It's going to be hard to be able to pass her, with Gold Piston coming around these final couple of corners, and he will definitely be advancing to the next round. But the marbles that will be eliminated are Sparky, Big Dogs, and Night Rivers. Big Dogs getting 1 more place over Night Rivers, but he is still eliminated in this qualifying. And now for Q3, 6 marbles, 4 laps, 1 champion. And they're off up the booster for the first time, and it is Black Pirates in the lead, but he is overcome by Sea Turtles, who is now extending his lead, with Pink Pearl in 3rd place. Black Pirates giving some pressures to Sea Turtles, a good move by Sea Turtles there, now taking the lead even farther, with Pink Pearl showing some pressure to Black Pirates. All these marbles are really fighting for position at this point. If you make one wrong move, the other marbles will capitalize on it, like that one right there. Gold Piston is now in 3rd and 2nd place, hitting Black Pirates over the chicane up the booster for the 2nd lap. And Black Pirates is now back in 2nd place. Gold Piston has fallen back down to 4th. And Black Pirates has taken 1st place from Sea Turtles, who has fallen down to 3rd place, being surpassed by Pink Pearl, and now is giving some pressure back to her as she is trying to take 1st place. And it is a 3 marble switch. Sea Turtles is now back in 1st place, with Pink Pearl in 2nd, and Gold Piston has now taken 3rd place. Black Pirates has fallen down to 4th, with Momonas and Peppers way back in the pack as we go up the booster for the 3rd lap. Gold Piston has now taken 1st place, being followed by Sea Turtles and Black Pirates, with Pink Pearl in 4th place. Gold Piston has created a huge lead in this lap. Is this a change of strategy from Gold Piston? We'll have to wait and see in the actual race, but it is Sea Turtles defending himself from Black Pirates and Pink Pearl, who has just passed Black Pirates there, now pressuring for 2nd place. And she takes it there. Now coming into the final lap, Gold Piston is in 1st place, being followed by Pink Pearl and Sea Turtles, but now it is Black Pirates in 3rd place. Pink Pearl has to catch up to Gold Piston by the end of the lap if she wants to be able to hold pole position, but it's going to be hard to do it as Gold Piston is so far ahead, with Sea Turtles in 3rd place, being pressured by Black Pirates, who wants to be in the top 3. Gold Piston coming around the final corner, and it's Pink Pearl coming in at the last second. It is very close, but it's Gold Piston with the lead, with Pink Pearl in 2nd, Sea Turtles is in 3rd. Pink Pearl only 0.012 seconds behind Gold Piston. That is a close finish. Black Pirates getting 4th place. Momonas is in 5th, with Peppers in 6th place. What a crazy finish. It was a sprint to the line. Pink Pearl almost stole it. Let's look at this replay here, and it is Gold Piston, but it was very close. Pink Pearl was actually able to pass Gold Piston after the line, but that's not what counts. It has to be before the line if you want it to count in the overall standings. Let's take a look at some of these replays.
Most of the big names in this season were eliminated in Q1 and Q2, a surprising finish for a lot of these marbles, with some of the big names from last season like Pink Pearl and Sea Turtles getting all the way to Q3. Pink Pearl almost taking the win, which she has not had a very good season so far, so that is very surprising. Has she changed her strategy in this race? Fast Q Pin's getting eliminated yet again in Q1. He's having a very difficult time communicating with his crew chief and pit crew. Here is the finish of Q1. Black Pirates coming in at second, with Sparky in third place. You can kind of see some of the strategies or misfortunes of some of this marbles, as with Fast Q Pins and Arrow Frog, as well as Loose Wheel. They did not have a good first race in this qualifying. As we go on to Q3, Black Pirates coming in at the lead at the beginning, but was immediately surpassed by Sea Turtles. Mamonas and Peppers never really got out of the bottom 3 marbles for the entirety of Q3, having a lot of trouble even just keeping up with the top 3 marbles, actually lagging behind in the second half of the race. Our congrats today go to Gold Piston, who sits in the coveted pole position for the race on Sunday. Pink Pearl close behind in second, with Sea Turtles in third place. Here's the point in the race where Gold Piston takes second and first through that first corner. Definitely a great move, as Sea Turtles had just gone up on the side of the chicane. Here's Pink Pearl and Black Pirates coming after Sea Turtles. Pink Pearl did take second place from Sea Turtles and almost took first place from Gold Piston, but she was so far ahead it was hard to be able to do it in the time that she had. She gave it her all right at the end of the race, wasn't able to do it. Maybe next time, Pink Pearl, we're all waiting. Race 4 here in Moza will definitely be a race of the seasons. Who will prevail on top? The Season 1 big names Sea Turtles and Pink Pearl, or the Season 2 big names Arrow Frog and Night Rivers? Here are the full results. Gold Piston in first place, Pink Pearl in second, Sea Turtles third, Black Pirates is in fourth, with Mamonas. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription. As we enter the midway point of this season, the top marbles are setting themselves apart from the rest of the pack. I'm Jeremiah, and I'll be your host today here at the Monza Grand Prix. Gold Piston sits on pole position after a sprint to the line in the qualifying. Pink Pearl only losing out by 12 thousandths of a second. Can she make it up in this race? We'll have to wait and find out. Some of the marbles that have been doing well in this season were eliminated early on in the qualifying, being put in the back of the pack for the starting grid. Some of those marbles are including Night Rivers and Arrow Frog, as well as Big Dogs and Loose Wheel. Some of the winners of the last couple races, they have not had a good qualifying for the start of this race. Gold Piston sits in 6th in the overall standings, being 16 points behind Arrow Frog, who is all the way down in 11th. And all the other marbles that have a chance of taking the overall lead are in the bottom of the field as well, the closest marble being Pink Pearl in 5th in the overall standings, starting in 2nd on the starting grid. Here you can see the full qualifying results. Sea Turtle sits in 3rd place with Black Pirates in 4th, another great finish for Black Pirates in the qualifying, his crew chief being the major one to thank. The marbles are set and ready to start rolling in race 4 here in Monza, all striving to be champion, but only one will be able to get that title. Here are the standings as of now. Arrow Frog sits in first, being followed by Big Dogs, Night Rivers, Loose Wheel, and Pink Pearl, who will round off your top 5. And now, for race 4 of the Marble Circuits 2022. The lights are on, the marbles are ready, and we're off for the start of the Monza Grand Prix. Gold Piston in the lead, but hits the divider line of the drag reduction zone, falling down a lot of places, bringing Peppers to first place. And now Pink Pearl has taken the lead. As we go through this hairpin, Gold Piston is in 2nd, being followed by Black Pirates as we start the first lap. Pink Pearl has gotten 2 podiums so far this season and is still striving for a win. She got 5 podiums in Season 1, and 4 of those were race wins, so she has some catching up to do if she wants to do better than last season as we start the second lap.
The drag reduction zone has now been activated, allowing some marbles to pass other marbles if needed. Pink Pearl being pressured by Gold Piston in this lap, and a bump from Gold Piston from behind, but nothing yet. He is drafting Pink Pearl at this point, and Pink Pearl has some momentum there. Sparky has now taken 3rd place from Black Pirates as well as Big Dogs, who is now in 4th place as we go down this back straight, and he is pressuring Sparky and does take it, as well as Loose Wheel, who is now in 6th place. Pink Pearl is still extending her lead from the rest of the field at this point. The last couple races she has had the greatest number of gains from starting position. Both in race 2 and race 3 she gained 8 positions from where she started. But Gold Piston is a different story, not gaining or losing any places in the last 2 races, ending up in 6th in both races. And Gold Piston takes the drag reduction zone, and Big Dogs has now taken 2nd place as they go up the booster, and Gold Piston now takes it back. Pink Pearl is way up in the lead. She has no trouble with any of the other marbles behind her at this point. It's still possible for her to take the overall championship as she did last season, as Big Dogs takes 2nd place from Gold Piston there. The overall points leader, Arrow Frog, is down in last place. He actually lost a place from his overall starting position. He is having a terrible race. Big Dogs in 2nd place is doing a good job right now, starting in 8th place in the starting grid, having a good comeback at this point. Not so much for Night Rivers, who has only made it 1 spot, and of course for Arrow Frog, who is down in 12th. Loose Wheel is up there in 4th place. He was in the bottom of the standings as well, and he is doing good at this point. Gold Piston coming up behind Big Dogs at this point, but hard hit on the corner, and he loses some momentum as they go up the booster, and he's trying to catch back up to Big Dogs there, but Big Dogs is holding him off. Pink Pearl is nowhere to be seen, way up in the front. She's doing a tremendous job in this race so far. She really wants a win here in race 4. Black Pirates is down in 7th place. He is having some trouble in this race, but he does pass Loose Wheel there, and now he's up in 4th place. The time tower had just not updated quite yet as we start lap 7. Not much action up at the front. Pink Pearl still in 1st place, pretty far ahead of Big Dogs. She's using the thoughts of victory from last season as a motivation to keep on going and keep focused. With Big Dogs coming in at 2nd, wanting to be the 2nd marble to ever be crowned champion of the marble circuits. With Black Pirates in 3rd place, trying to make a comeback in the standings. He's in 7th right now. Can he make that even better in this race? Gold Piston is falling down the order. Peppers is now pressuring him to go through these turns here, but nothing's happening. This track seems to cater well to marbles who want to get out in the front and stay in the front for the majority of the race. As a Pink Pearl at this point, we are in the 8th lap, halfway through the race, and no one has challenged Pink Pearl outside of the 1st lap. Big Dogs is trying to catch up to Pink Pearl and at least challenge her for the lead, but it's going to be very hard to do it as Pink Pearl is very far ahead. Black Pirates facing some pressure from Gold Piston there, but Gold Piston falls back and loses out to Peppers, who is now in 4th place. Arrow Frog has gotten out of last place, putting Fast 2 Pins in that spot, who seems to be there quite often in this series, which is not a very good place to be. Pink Pearl is a whole 5.5 seconds almost ahead of Big Dogs, who is in 2nd place. That is a commanding lead. Gold Piston has now taken 3rd place and now is trying to catch up to Big Dogs at this point as they go through these hairpins. Big Dog is still defending himself. You can see Pink Pearl passing the line way before any of the other marbles even get there. They still have a couple of turns to go by the time that she has already passed the line, and she has already gone up the booster. She is not even in the shot. As the rest of the marbles go through the booster, great move by Gold Piston there, going past Loose Wheel, taking back 3rd place, now setting his sights on Big Dogs. As you can see, Pink Pearl is 3 turns ahead from the rest of the field. Every lap, it's getting harder and harder for the rest of the marbles to catch up if they want to be able to dethrone her. They only have 5 more laps to do so. As they go down the back straight, Big Dogs takes the drag reduction zone as well as Loose Wheel, but Loose Wheel is able to come out and take the lead from Gold Piston as Big Dogs has fallen down to 4th place, being followed by Black Pirates. As you can see, Arrow Frog and Fast Q Pins crossing that upper section of the track. As these rest of these marbles go through the bottom, they are very far behind, especially from Pink Pearl. Arrow Frog is definitely not winning this race. Loose Wheel has cut about a second off of Pink Pearl, now 4.5 seconds behind Pink Pearl. You can see them crossing each other right there. They can see each other, but they're so close yet so far. All the top 3 or 4 marbles are spaced pretty far apart. It's going to be hard for them to catch up to each other, and they only have a couple more laps to do so before Pink Pearl becomes champion. Loose Wheel has to do all he can to try to catch up to her at this point, but Pink Pearl is already coming up the booster as he is going down through the drag reduction zone. Gold Piston making some ground on Loose Wheel at this point, and he is neck and neck with Loose Wheel, but Loose Wheel is trying to hold him off, and he does right there. Gold Piston loses some momentum through these hairpins, and he is put back in his place with Loose Wheel trying to do everything he can to conserve energy. Black Pirates down in 4th. He is having a hard time in this race, being so spaced out from the rest of the marbles. Gold Piston takes the drag reduction zone there, and Black Pirates is able to catch up. He is on Gold Piston's tail, but Gold Piston is able to stay ahead. Big Dogs is down in 5th place, being followed by Night Rivers, who is up in 6th place, and Arrow Frog is up in 9th. He has gained a couple spots. Will he be able to catch up by the end of the race? Probably not. Will Night Rivers? Probably not. Loose Wheel catching up to Pink Pearl. Pink Pearl's lead has finished, and Loose Wheel is catching up to her. We only have 2 more laps to go. Pink Pearl just needs to stay in the lead for the final couple of laps. She's done so good in this race. Don't screw up now. Gold Piston is also catching up to Loose Wheel. He's trying to come and take back first place that he started in. Pink Pearl about to cross the line to start the final lap. Pink Pearl is in first place, being followed by Loose Wheel, Gold Piston, Black Pirates, and Big Dog, who will round off your top 5 as we go up the booster. Gold Piston has taken 2nd place. Now he's setting his sights on Pink Pearl in the last lap. He's coming down to the wire. They are neck and neck. Pink Pearl is under a lot of stress. She only has half a lap to go, and she will be the champion of this race. And Gold Piston also wanting to take it, being the pole sitter of this race. He's trying to pass Pink Pearl as we go through the final corner, and it's going to be Pink Pearl who will be your champion of the Monza Grand Prix. With Gold Piston in 2nd, Loose Wheel is in 3rd place. Black Pirates gets 4th. Big Dogs comes in at 5th. A great race for Pink Pearl, dominating every lap, coming down to the wire in the final lap, but she was able to come out with a victory over Gold Piston.
We dominated the race in every lap. Fantastic.
Oh my goodness, what a wonderful weekend. Everything worked out for us in this GP. Thank you all.
Pink Pearl is definitely relieved after a nail biter of a last lap. She's definitely celebrating now. Let's take a look at some of the best moments from this race. As you can see at the start of the race, Momona stalled, losing him a couple places right at the beginning of a race. Not the way you want to start this race. Peppers, one of the only other marbles besides Pink Pearl to hold the lead in this race, as well as Gold Piston briefly right there, but Pink Pearl was in the lead from then on out. Good move by Gold Piston there, overtaking Big Dogs as well as Loose Wheel through that straight. Also a good move. Pink Pearl though, way up there in the front for the entirety of the race, all the way up until the last lap, where she either made a mistake or the marbles finally caught up. Big Dogs repassing Gold Piston for 2nd place. Gold Piston and Big Dogs were definitely fighting for a lot of this race.
Black Pirates also having a decent showing today, being up in 3rd place for some of the race, as well as 4th and 5th place. Fighting with Gold Piston and Big Dogs, as well as Loose Wheel, as we see right here. Loose Wheel putting some pressure on Black Pirates and eventually passing. See Fast Q pins way down there, way behind, going through the drag reduction zone right as all these other marbles are way up in the track. Arrow Frog having a terrible race today, being in last or near last for the most of the race. He did finally make it a couple spots, but nothing major. This will definitely shake up the overall standings. Black Pirates clearly heading in the drag reduction zone there, allowing some other marbles to pass him. It's a very hard thing for some of these marbles to stay out of the drag reduction zone. And now it's time to look at the full race results. Pink Pearl in the lead, Gold Piston is in 2nd, with Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Peppers is getting the bonus point for the fastest lap. Big Dogs being 10 seconds behind Pink Pearl, with Black Pirates only 4 seconds. That's a very large gap in between those two marbles. Definitely an exciting race for these fans, who are definitely all glad to have came today. Pink Pearl has now gained 1st place in the overall standings, with Big Dogs in 2nd, Loose Wheel is in 3rd place. Arrow Frog has fallen down all the way to 5th place, Night Rivers in 6th, and Pink Pearl has taken the overall lead once again. If you haven't already, be sure to check out the Fubeca store, which has apparel for all your favorite teams for the Marble Circuits 2022. We are now halfway through the Marble Circuits 2022. Only 4 more races to go. Who will be able to take the overall victory? Pink Pearl is in the lead at this point. Will Arrow Frog be able to come and take the overall lead back from her? We'll have to wait and see. Congratulations to Pink Pearl for getting 1st place, Gold Piston in 2nd, and Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Congratulations especially to Pink Pearl, who dominated this race with style. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription. Welcome back, race fans, to the Marble Circuits 2022. I am Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the qualifying for the Catalonia Grand Prix. In this race, we will be having 3 qualifying sessions to determine who will start where on the starting grid for race 5. The Marble Circuits 2022 here at the Catalonia Grand Prix in Spain. We have a tremendous track for you guys today, a very unique track for this season, having a lot of S-turns as well as a hairpin, and the sharpest U-turn in the history of Marble Circuits right after the booster coming up right there. It'll be the sharpest U-turn hairpin that anyone has ever seen in this season. It'll definitely be a stratification area for a lot of these marbles who have not done a hairpin this sharp before. Also, after that hairpin, it is a very slow and meandering track, which is not focused on speed, more on stamina and strategy for these marbles to just be able to hold out against each other in all of these turns. Definitely one of the most high-dense turn tracks in any of the seasons so far. Here are the full standings, with Pink Pearl in 1st place with the 60 points. Big Dogs is in 2nd with Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Pink Pearl taking a commanding win last race. She definitely has a win to defend in this qualifying, but she is doing a terrible job right now as we start Q1. They go through the hairpin for the first time, and she is down in 2nd place. Night Rivers is in 1st place, being followed by Loose Wheel and Sparky as they go through this track for the first lap of 2, and Night Rivers is still defending himself there. Loose Wheel and Sparky are battling for 2nd place as they go through this kind of a heart-shaped part of this track as they go and start the 2nd lap of 2. DRS has been deactivated for the first lap of the qualifying as well as for the race as they go through this hairpin yet again. Arrow Frog is down in 4th place as he is being pressured by Fast Q pins through these corners, trying to catch back up to Loose Wheel. He had a terrible race last race. He ended up getting a disappointing 10th place, which is pretty unusual for him. And because of that, He lost his overall lead in the championship standings, and he wants to take it back from Pink Pearl, who is in last place, and she will be eliminated in this qualifying, ending up in 10th place, with Peppers coming in at 11th and Sea Turtles all the way down in 12th place. What a disappointment for Pink Pearl, taking the overall lead in last race, now being eliminated in Q1 of race 5 of the Marble Circus 2022. And now for Q2, here we go, and it is Momonas in the lead, being followed by Aerofrog, who takes the lead through that hairpin there. This is a definite crazy hairpin that all these marbles are going to have to adjust to if they want to be able to do well in this race. Black Pirates is now in second place, withstanding the first qualifying, and he takes first place. And Aerofrog now takes it back. They are fighting for the pole position, as this is a mad dash, only 2 laps as we start the second lap here. Aerofrog takes the lead by storm as they go through that long back straight, up the booster, and up to this hairpin now. They all do good, and Momonas uses the hairpin to his advantage and takes first place from Black Pirates and Aerofrog, who are down in second and third at this point. Gold Piston is defending himself from Big Dogs as they go through these meandering turns. The bottom 3 marbles to be watching right now as we come up to the end of this lap are Loose Wheel, Night Rivers, and Fast Q Pins, who are looking like they are going to be eliminated in Q2. Loose Wheel being champion of one of the races, as well as Night Rivers having a great season, also being eliminated. These 2 marbles are going to have a hard time catching up as well. Loose Wheel did have an amazing comeback in last race. Will he be able to do it again in this race? We'll have to wait and see. But now it is time for Q3, and we're off up the booster, and it is Sparky in lead, being followed by Momonas and Big Dogs. Black Pirates is in 4th place with Gold Piston in 6th. Aerofrog has now trying to take 5th place from Gold Piston, but is having some hard time. Big Dog is now trying to catch up to Sparky as they go through these turns and takes first place. As we start the second lap out of 4 for this qualifying, there is 4 laps in the Q3 for these marbles to have a little bit more time to fight over the pole position. Momonas takes first place there. Now Sparky is in second, being followed by Big Dogs, with Aerofrog still in the back of the pack. Black Pirates is in 4th. Will he be able to sit on the top 2 spots in the qualifying in this season? We'll have to wait and see. He made it all the way to Q3 in race 3 and in race 4 after having terrible qualifyings before that, but he hasn't been able to stay up in the top 3 very often. The DRS is still deactivated for Q4, possibly to help these marbles not be at any disadvantage in such a short race. As we enter the 3rd lap, Big Dogs is still pressuring Sparky with Momonas in the lead. Momonas wants his first pole sitter position in this season, but Sparky takes it back. Now Sparky is in the lead when Momonas is trying to catch back up, but is having a hard time doing so. Aerofrog has not left last place since the start of the qualifying as we start the final lap. Momonas is in 1st place, Sparky is in 2nd. Big Dogs now takes 2nd place from Sparky through the booster as we go through these hairpins, and Aerofrog is still way behind. Black Pirates is trying to take 3rd place from Sparky. At this point, he is drafting Sparky, but Sparky is able to gain some more momentum as we go through these couple more turns. Only a couple more turns to go, and Momonas will have his first pole sitter position in this season, and he's looking like it's gonna happen. Momonas is your champion of this qualifying with Sparky in 2nd. Big Dogs is in 3rd place with Black Pirates coming in at 4th. Gold Piston in 5th, and Aerofrog ends up in 6th. Halfway up the standings in this starting grid, but it's not going to be good enough. Last race's pole sitter Gold Piston sits in 5th place on the starting grid for this race. Will he be able to come and take the win that he wanted last race that Pink Pearl stole? We'll have to wait and find out as we look at these replays here. They go up to booster for the first qualifying, and this hairpin is definitely going to be a point of interest for the next race here in Catalonia. It's definitely going to be a hard turn for a lot of these marbles who have never went through this sharp of a turn before. Really has to slow down your speed if you don't want to really ram into the wall in that hairpin, which is something that these marbles are going to have to practice, especially right after the booster. All you want to do is just go as fast as you possibly can, but you have to slow down if you want to have a controlled and good turn through that hairpin. Let's see how they do in this hairpin. You see there, Momonas getting pushed up onto the edge of the wall, losing a couple spots. He was in first place, but Aerofrog is able to take it from him. That's one of the things that's going to be happening in this race. All these marbles going up on the side of the wall in this hairpin is definitely going to be something that these marbles are going to have a hard time with and going to have to adjust to if they want to be successful in the Catalonia Grand Prix. You can see here Loose Wheel and Night Rivers being eliminated in Q2. Definitely a disappointment for them. Night Rivers is having a hard time with the last two qualifyings. He's going to have to do better if he wants to be able to take the overall win and the overall championship standings away from Pink Pearl. He's been doing a good job this season, but lately he's having a hard time. As we come to Q3, Aerofrog was in the back of the pack for the entirety of this race, not even getting to 5th place past Gold Piston, having a hard time even catching up. He's going to have a hard time. Oh, he actually did catch up there for briefly, but he did end up getting in 6th place. He's going to have a hard time actually catching up in the actual race. He's starting halfway up the starting grid. Maybe he'll be able to catch up. We'll have to wait and see. But Momonas will be sitting on pole position, being followed by Sparky and Big Dogs, who it looks like Sparky took 2nd place right before the line in front of Big Dogs. Good move there. And now it's time for the full standings. Momonas is on pole position with Sparky in 2nd. Big Dogs is in 3rd place. Black Pirate sits in 4th. Gold Piston rounds off your top 5. Big Dog, race 1 champion. Will he be able to take the win this race? We'll have to wait and see. Sparky. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription. Welcome back, race fans, to Marble Circuits 2022. I'm Jeremiah, here to welcome you to the Catalonia Grand Prix. In the qualifying, we saw what type of chaos the tight hairpin in this track can cause. A new feature of this series these marbles are definitely going to have to adjust to in this race. Just a friendly reminder that this video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Their service allows you to watch movies and videos that are normally not accessible in your country with the click of a button. Link in the description. Momonas sits on pole position, being followed by Sparky and Big Dogs. How will these marbles be able to do in this race? Big Dogs is the only marble out of these 3 that have ever won a race, sitting in 3rd place, with Black Pirates in 4th place. He's doing well and having a comeback in this season. Gold Piston is in 5th, our pole sitter from last race. We'll have to see how he does in this race as well. Some of the big names in the season so far, such as Aerofrog, Loose Wheel, Night Rivers, are all sitting right next to each other right in the middle of the starting grid. Pink Pearl is having a hard time as well, being near the back of the field to see if she's going to be able to have a comeback, being the champion of last race. Here are some stats about our pole sitter Momonas as we look at the full standings. He sits in 8th place in the standings. He has never won a race in the history of Marble Circuits. The highest he's placed in this season is 4th, with the lowest being 12th in last race. He finished last place, which is definitely a hard place to finish. And he's trying to make the most of this race, sitting in pole position after having a good qualifying. We'll have to see if he is up to the pressure today here in Catalonia. The marbles are ready, and I think it's about time to start racing. And now, for race 5 of the Marble Circuits 2022 here in Catalonia. The lights are on, and we're off with Sparky taking the lead right at the beginning of the race, as well as Big Dogs. And Momonas takes the drag reduction zone, but luckily the drag reduction zone is disabled for the first lap. As we take the first look at this hairpin, which we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on for the remainder of this race, Pink Pearl has taken the lead. Sparky is coming in at 2nd. Momonas has fallen down to 3rd. He has to try to catch back up and get back in 1st place right in this first lap already, but he is losing ground as Black Pirates takes 3rd place. Pink Pearl trying to have a 2nd win in a row. Is she going to have a major comeback in the second half of this season? We'll have to see as she takes the drag reduction zone there. She's facing a lot of pressure from these other marbles, as well as Momonas, who takes 1st place there. She is now in 2nd place, and Sparky is in 3rd place. Mamonas is trying to take his first win of this entire series. He has not had a win in Season 1 or Season 2. We'll have to see how he does in this race as well. Aerofrog is already up in 4th place, just as I was saying that Black Pirates takes 3rd place from him. Mamonas has now gotten the fastest lap, 31.220 time. See if anyone else can get fastest lap. Every little point counts in this race. Black Pirates is facing some pressure from Big Dogs as we go through these meandering corners. Black Pirates also is trying to get his first win of this entire series. He's having a comeback in this race and this series as well. He started in 4th place on the starting grid. We'll have to see if he can catch up and make any more places. And now Big Dogs has taken back the fastest lap with the time of 30.52 or 532. And look at that, Aerofrog gets stuck in the hairpin, getting rammed by multiple marbles. What a tragedy for Aerofrog. He has really been a crash magnet in this season. And Black Pirates takes the lead from Mamonas. Black Pirates trying to take his first win, and Mamonas now is trying to take it back there neck and neck. But Black Pirates is still able to hold the lead as we enter the 5th lap. We have 12 laps today, so it's a shorter race in terms of numbers of laps, but it's a longer track. And another ram from behind from Big Dogs to Mamonas through that hairpin. It seems like it's kind of an inevitable part of the hairpin that we're going to have to see in this race. Black Pirates is extending himself here as Mamonas takes 2nd place back from Big Dogs. Mamonas has lost the lead since the start of the race, and he's having a hard time keeping it as he is trying to catch back up to Black Pirates, who is doing a good job at keeping the lead at this point. He does go through the drag rejection zone, but still so does Mamonas and Big Dogs. We go up the booster here through the hairpin, and Big Dogs is trying to catch up to Mamonas. Big Dogs has had one victory of this series, winning race 1 of Season 2. He wants to put another victory under his name. It's going to have to be hard because he has to try to pass Mamonas and Black Pirates at this point. Pink Pearl is slowly coming up the standings, coming up in 6th now. She started way back down farther in the pack. As we go down this back straight here, Big Dogs has taken 1st place up the booster, with Black Pirates now putting some pressure on him. And Mamonas passes Black Pirates. Good move through there. And now Mamonas is putting some pressure on Big Dogs. And Mamonas takes 1st place from Big Dogs there, and Big Dogs takes it right back. They are having a dogfight here for the 1st place. Mamonas, the split between Mamonas and Big Dogs is 0.9 seconds. We'll have to see if Big Dogs can extend that any longer as Mamonas takes a drag reduction zone there. Black Pirates is using that to his advantage and tries to catch back up. And Aerofrog is now in 2nd place. A great move by Aerofrog, using the hairpin to his advantage. After this tragedy in the hairpin before, he has learned how to use this correctly. Aerofrog also wants another win in this season. He won race 2 of this season. He'll have to see how he does as well. The split is now 0.6 seconds behind Big Dog. Can Big Dogs be able to keep the lead for the remainder of the race? We only have 3 more laps to go, and Big Dogs will be champion. Black Pirates and Mamonas, though, are still in the runnings. They want to be able to take this win as well as we go through these meandering corners once again. Black Pirates is definitely thriving under his new leadership and crew chief after having a terrible first couple of races. We're still seeing that Fast 2 Pins is way back down in the bottom of the standings yet again. As we start the 10th lap here, 2 laps to go. Fast 2 Pins is still near the bottom of the pack. He really needs to think about following in Black Pirate's footsteps and rehire a new pit crew so he can be able to do better in these races. Big Dogs has extended the split. Now he's 1.29 seconds, almost 0.3 in front of Aerofrog, who just got passed by Mamonas there as we go through these corners. Mamonas and Aerofrog only have 1 more lap after this one to be able to pass Big Dog as the lead is slowly diminishing. Big Dogs is slowly losing ground. Every move count here is a great move by Aerofrog there. Some chaos through that hairpin. And now the lead from Big Dogs has definitely been vanished. Aerofrog is now trying to come up on Big Dogs, and he takes almost 1st place, but Big Dogs is able to take it back as he gains some more momentum here. Just trying to hang on for the rest of this race. As we enter the final lap, Big Dogs is in first place. Mamonas is coming up by storm, and he goes through the drag reduction zone and loses some ground as they go up the booster through the hairpin, and no action there. Mamonas is coming up and drafting Big Dog, doing everything he can, but loses some ground there. Big Dog is trying to take the overall win, second win in a row in this season, but it's going to be hard as we have only a half a lap to go. Can Big Dogs be able to take the win? It's looking like it's going to happen, and Mamonas takes first place at the last second and steals the win. Congratulations to Mamonas, a great move, holding off until the final lap. I can't believe it. Mamonas taking the overall win in this race. What an accomplishment for Mamonas. Big Dog's coming in at second. He is furious after doing so well in this race. Black Pirates coming in at third place. A podium for him.
Impressive performance. Everything worked out for us in our first victory of the season. Congratulations. That was so exciting. I can't believe we got this victory. Thank you, guys.
Mamonas definitely excited in this race. We'll have to see how he did in the replays to see just how he stole the win right at the last second from Big Dogs, who had the lead for quite a while in this race. Some of the big marbles in this race: Mamonas, Black Pirates, Big Dogs, and Sparky, as well as Aerofrog, were the main marbles who were fighting for the win today. As you can see, right at the beginning of the race, Mamonas stalled, allowing a lot of other marbles to pass him right at the beginning of the race, and he had to work his way up through the entirety of the race, and it did pay off, eventually taking the overall win. But that's something to have to keep in mind, that you don't want to be able to stall right at the beginning of the race. Something that Mamonas has learned his lesson in. Luckily, he was able to take the win. Big Dogs was in the lead for the majority of the race. Something happened in the last lap, a good move by Mamonas, allowing him to pass Big Dogs right at the last second. Big Dogs definitely upset with today's performance. Look at this crash that happened between Pink Pearl and Aerofrog. Aerofrog having some unfortunate crashes today through that hairpin. Black Pirates doing a good job at drafting Mamonas here. Did he come over and take the lead? Yes, he did right there. I believe that's Black Pirates taking the lead from Mamonas. And Black Pirates did do a good job racing today, ending up getting third place. This is his second podium of the season, the first being back in Shanghai. Big Dogs, though, had the lead and the win in his grasp, but he lost it in the last lap, having a hard time dealing with that today. After he wanting to have a second win of the season. No marble has won twice in this season so far. Pink Pearl trying to do that right at the beginning of the race, but wasn't able to do it, and she lost a lot of ground, ending up in 6th place. You can see Mamonas and Big Dogs right here battling for first place. Big Dogs taking it from Mamonas as we go through these meandering turns. This really was a polarizing track. You have such a fast and sharp hairpin right after the booster, and after that it's a very slow and meandering track. Two very different types of racing that these marbles had to be good at both if they wanted to be able to win in this race. Like that one right there, Aerofrog taking the lead out of that hairpin, but I guess he's not as good on the meandering hairpins, which is he's going to have some work on. And here's the final pass by Mamonas, taking the lead right within the last 2 corners, only like 2 seconds before the finish line. As you can see, Big Dog's trying to take it back at the last second. He almost had it, but didn't quite get it. And now it's time to look at the full results. Mamonas is in first place, Big Dogs is in second, which is not what he wanted to be in, but at least he did get the fastest lap, which gives him another point. Black Pirates is in 3rd place, Aerofrog is in 4th, Loose Wheel in 5th, Pink Pearl is in 6th place, Night Rivers in 6th. You can see all these big names in these series today are up in these top marbles. And now here are the full results. Big Dogs has taken the lead from Pink Pearl with Loose Wheel in 3rd place. Big Dogs has 72 points, Pink Pearl in 68. Loose Wheel has 61. Aerofrog is down with 60 points. And Mamonas is still in 8th place. Even though he got 1st place, he has not made it up any ground in the overall standings. Congratulations to Mamonas for getting first place, Big Dogs in second, and Black Pirates in third place. An amazing race today with a steal of a win from Mamonas from Big Dogs. This video is sponsored by ExpressVPN. ExpressVPN offers safe web browsing and allows you to view geo-restricted content with the click of a button. Use the link in the description below to get the first 3 months free on a 12-month subscription. Hey everyone, welcome to Canada for the 6th qualifying of the season here in Montreal. 8 marbles are still in contention for the overall championship, but as these races go on, that number decreases. Big Dogs has regained his lead in the standings after losing it to Aerofrog in race 2, who kept the lead for quite a while, but then lost it to Pink Pearl in race 4, who then lost it back to Big Dogs, who has slowly been racking up the points, but not in the lead. He has now gained back the lead, and can he keep it for the last 3 races of this season? We'll have to wait and find out. Pink Pearl definitely wants to take it back from him as we take a look at the track here in Montreal. The starting gate for this qualifying has been moved from its standard location to the top of the booster, as well as the drag reduction zone being directly after the booster, being followed by a sharp 90-degree corner. The marbles are going to have to watch out for these 2 challenging features right next to each other. Going to have to see how they react in this race. As we look at the full standings, Big Dog sits in first place, being followed by Pink Pearl and Loose Wheel. Aerofrog has fallen down to 4th. Gold Piston is in 5th. Night Rivers is in 6th place. All these marbles are striving to become champion of this season, and this qualifying is a good place to start. And we're off for Q1, and Sparky takes lead right at the beginning of the race, being followed by Black Pirates and now Peppers, with Gold Piston in 3rd, now 4th place, fighting Black Pirates for the top podium spot. As Peppers now has taken the lead, now Sparky, they're all fighting.
not dead. Oh, okay. Well, maybe this happened. Well, anyways, I think I'll do it